Hello everyone and welcome to ZaranTech specialized SAP Security Training, your gateway to safeguarding critical business information in the SAP landscape. SAP security is paramount in today's digital era, protecting sensitive data and ensuring compliance. Our exclusive training covers the ins and outs of securing SAP system from users access control to authorization management. With ZaranTech's expertise, you will master techniques to mitigate risk, prevent unauthorized access, and secure your organization's valuable assets. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let's take a look at the agenda. Number 1. Need for security. Number 2. Security design, recommended model. Number 3. Security compliance tool, internal control. Number 4. Security risks. Number 5. Business risks and levels. Number 6. SAP security components. Number 7. User administration. Number 8. What is the T code in SAP? Number 9. Users creation, deletion and password reset, SU01. Number 10. Types of users in SAP. Number 11. Mass user maintenance. Number 12. User master data. Number 13. Default users in SAP. Number 14. Creation of users group SUGR. Number 15. Authorization structure in SAP. Let's dive into the video now.
So my name is Suvan and I'll be taking up this SAP security training session. So I have around close to 14 years overall experience in SAP practice, SAP consulting, and been into security, GRC, and complete portfolio of security throughout. I've been doing corporate and individual training for more than a decade now, having worked in multiple different geographies, and security have been my passion. Training into security, not only SAP, other areas of security as well. So yeah, that's a brief about me. Let's start with today's session, which is more about the basic on SAP security front. So this is just a disclaimer. So because most of you have some background of SAP, either you have worked or already trained in SAP, so I'll not get into what is SAP overall, SAP being a ERP and what it is used for, and where is it used, what is the usage of SAP, what is security in respect to SAP, and different business risk, security design, compliance related tools related to internal controls, and various security components, and what is the user administration, how do we manage or administrate different users in SAP environment. Yeah. So when we speak about security in respect to SAP, it's not exactly application security or database or say network. So there is security in every aspect of any software or any application which is running in a computer environment. So when we speak about SAP security, that is more of the security within the application from business perspective. So there can be cyber security or information security, which is related to the software, like if there is any bugs in software, any vulnerability. Whereas when we study or practice SAP security, it's more of the functions within SAP. So how do you segregate, how do you control users from having more access or providing the right access? Basically, it's more of the business aspect of security. So if you see in the slide, it talks about assigning the right kind of user rights to perform a certain job within SAP environment. So here examples are say banking related functions or payroll related functions. So obviously you won't want somebody who does normal clerical functions within a business or a company to have payroll related access. Payroll as in say processing the payroll, or even say viewing salary related information for a company. Yeah. So we need to design security in such a way for a company, or practice security in such a way that users get right level of access, right user rights, appropriate user rights. A recommended model. So it should be very reliable when we design SAP security for any company or client. To have a reliable and secure environment should be comprehensive, and it should also be scalable or modifiable. So let's say an organization today is having 1,000 employees. So it might acquire another organization, or scale to a much higher organization and have uh, 2000 or 3000 employees going forward. So how do you scale your existing roles and positions within your company? Because when your company is growing, you also need the roles and responsibility to be tweaked according to the requirement. So the design should also be scalable and modifiable. uh, Now this slide talks about internal controls. So internal controls are mostly related to business, but there are IT related controls also. So how do you apply or manage different type of controls which will have a better compliance in your SAP environment? So there can be controls for non-SAP environment also, but here it's mostly talking about SAP environment, and it says like security is not a product. So this is a very classical statement. So security is a process and not a product. Like you cannot have a product install in your company, client, or let's say the platform, SAP platform, or any environment. Just applying a product will not make your company or client secure. There is no product in the world which will make the overall landscape secure, whether it's if you are practicing network security, database security, or let's say application or SAP security. There's no single product which will make overall security 100%. Instead of product, security is rather a practice or a process. Why? Let's say from if you take up any example of security, suppose from network perspective, you have installed routers, switches, firewalls, you have all kind of security, but the person who is managing the network, if he or she uh, stores the password in plain text somewhere, which is pretty much vulnerable by a hacker or somebody who wants to do some malicious activity. So all this security product is of no use. So even security in SAP environment is also a process. So we should have secure processes, standard processes, which needs to be practiced to have a better security environment. So SAP security, there's no particular product which will plug in and it will give you 100% security. It's overall, it's a process how you manage it. Yeah. So with respect to that, there are different controls which can be applied. So those controls can be implemented for reducing fraud, reducing duplicate effort, reducing various kind of malicious access, and those are known as IT controls. So from business perspective, also you can apply various controls to have checks and balances. So if you have idea about FICO or finance, or say controlling, there are some inherent controls from SAP as well in those, especially areas where you are doing some payments, or if you have the idea of master data, processing any master data or doing any payments. So we'll see about internal controls later on also in various details. Okay. Coming to the next slide, there are a few common terms like access control. So access control being how do you control the access? It is also a product and it is also a practice. So how do you provide access and control the access? whether your user is having more access or the right level of access or even very less access. So there can be different situation in a company. If somebody is not having proper access, then you are reducing the capability of the employees to perform, right? So there should be right level of access. Higher level of access will provide more information to the employee. So you might not want entry level employee to have access to, let's say, financial information of the company, even if the employee is a captive employee or not an outsourced employee. Yeah, so there will be various level of access within the company, within any company, based on designation or job profile. That is quite evident. So sufficient restriction should be provided to some private information as well. Any personal or private, say, social security numbers or say credit card numbers. These are something which are related to private information. So how do you restrict those stuff as well? And very important is segregation of duty, or it's also termed as separation of duties sometime. How do you segregate or separate the duties within organization so that you mitigate the kind of risk which arises from multiple access? So if you have you are also having access to finance, you are also having access to HR, and you do also have access to some IT related stuff. So then you have a lot of access and you can do a lot of mess within the company. So how, as a security administrator or designer or as an architect, how do you segregate those responsibilities within the company? So this term you'll see very often, segregation of duty. It's very common with respect to SAP security. So security, if you see within SAP, there are various modules, right? SAP FICO, SAP MM, PP. For every business function, there is a module, whether it's HR. So all these business function cater to a particular area of business. If you are implementing SAP HCM, or say, well, very commonly known as SAP HR, you want to manage the human resource of your company. So that's a product. But is there any product from security perspective that you implement and it is secured? So there is no such product. And SAP Security is not a product. It's not a software, right? SAP HCM is a software or an application. SAP MM is an application. PP, SAP FICO, these are all applications. So you plug in those application or install, do the configuration, right? And you can use those application to manage the respective business function. Whereas SAP Security is not a module. There is no product for SAP Security. I mean, there are multiple products, but there is no product called SAP Security, or there's no module called SAP Security. It's more of a practice. How do you practice security? And even in general terms, not only with respect to SAP, in any IT environment or any of the environment, security is always a practice or a process. It cannot be a product, because no product will ensure you 100% security, right? And even if you implement some product, there can always be ways to deviate or like break those security. I mean, if you have any device or software, you have to keep on upgrading or patching to have it secured at a certain level. But even if it is secured, okay, if you see the human aspect of it, even if it is secured, if you do not have a proper standardized secured process, your product will not help in securing that environment,
Correct.
right? For example, if you have a very good information security software, there is some monitoring applications in place, security application, there are firewalls, ASA, everything is there. But the employee who is accessing the information, the employee itself is having some malicious intent, and the employee is trying to get the data, some secure data from the company. So most, if you see all the hacks, so most of the hacks or information leakages happens within the company rather than external hacks.
Correct.
Right. So how do you segregate those access? If you give 100% access to a particular employee, that you become dependent on that employee. So even the probably the CEO or CFO of that company will also not have 100% access of all the areas of a company. That's why you have different departments, and there are people accountable for different areas. Okay. Uh, so that's how you segregate. I mean, you have to segregate, else I can be the CEO of a company and modify my own payroll. So all, even if even if somebody is a CEO, he or she will not be able to modify the payroll unless and until it goes through HR team, HR process. So for every business function, there are accountable people, and they need to have right kind of access, and there have to be proper processes. Although there are products to have it secured, but you need to have right process in place. Whether it's patching for updating the product or security processes, like so when you join a company, you get the login IDs, passwords. There are some password related policies. Okay, the kind of password that you should be maintaining, it should not be very simple. So why there are password policies, right? So password policies are in place so that you maintain a complex password which is not easy to crack, or it's not easy to guess, right? So that's why you can incorporate a password policy. Now this policy becomes a process. Okay, so you might implement some product. Maybe I'm implementing a firewall, or there is operating system which is the latest Windows operating system. But in my OS or in my operating system, I do not have any complex password policy. So someone can maintain a password as simple as 12345. So if your employees within the company maintain such simple passwords, it is very easy for someone from external uh, other fact like a hacker or someone to easily guess or even crack that password. You can use different tools. There are mechanism like brute force mechanism to crack the password. So what is the good policy here? To have a complex password. So how do you implement that as a process? So you need to have a password policy in your company which probably states something like the password should be of a minimum 12 character per se, and it should be combination of small and capital letters with symbols and with numbers. You make it a little bit complex, and you implement that policy, enforce in your operating system. Okay, unless and until you enforce, it's not applicable. So that's a policy. So you have product is the operating system or the network devices, and the process is having that password policy. So how secure or how complex is your password policy within your company? That defines your, it's one of the, you can say, security processes. So if you as a secure IT security consultant or information security consultant, and even say SAP security consultant, you go into a new client and you see the password security policy is not that complex. It's very easy, or there's no password security policy at all. You'll find a lot of clients, they don't use any security policy. Okay, so you can have very plain password. So it becomes very easy to crack. So then at that point, you can provide your consultation saying, okay, we need to have complex password policies which are enforceable. Okay, so in SAP, by default, we will see like there are some by default password policies which are implemented. Let's say once you set up a password in SAP system, you cannot use the last three password. When you're changing the password, you cannot use the last three password. It have to be something new. Okay, so that you do not keep on repeating the old password. That's a standard password policy, and we can define also password policy. So to make it complex, we can also configure in such a way that we exclude some very common passwords. Say password as just plain password, PASSWORD. That's a common password. Product in itself, if some company says I will implement SAP security, it is not a software or not a product. It means I'm going to implement, whether it might be roles or certain product, but you are going to design SAP security in such a way. You are going to design a process. That process can be along with some product, might not be any product, with the SAP itself, like creation of roles, having user management, having proper ticketing system, uh, and that becomes a process. Okay. Like you might have users and roles in the system, but you do not have proper process. Let's say there is a single person who is the admin for a particular company, maybe a small company, and that admin can provide access to anybody, any XYZ person. So suppose if I join and I join the same company and ask for access, and the admin provides me 100% access, like something called SAP all. So I can do whatever I like. So basically there is no process in that company. There is no security process to have proper user provisioning. So there should be a proper process on user provisioning. What access is required? Who is approving that access? Who is granting the access? So that you make everybody accountable. So there is accountability on providing, execution, and finally granting in the system. So making people accountable, having proper processes set up. So when we design SAP security or develop SAP security, it is more about the processes that you define along with the product, not just a product. So these are the terms like access control and SODs. And then we have business risk. Yeah. So in earlier slides, I mentioned about like risk as in business risk. Now in SAP security, when we study or practice SAP security, it's more of about the access and about the business aspect of the risk. But generally, people who are not from SAP background, and they if they hear about SAP security, then they think like it's something related to security for the SAP product, right? Let's say if you hear about Cisco security, then Cisco makes product for networking stuff like say routers or switches. So when if it is Cisco security, it can be security about the product. Microsoft security, it is security about the Microsoft product. So Microsoft is manufacturing operating system, so it is security about the product. uh, However, when we speak about SAP security, it is not the security about the product. Okay, it is rather the security within the product, that is the business aspect of security. So when you implement SAP, how do you manage the users? How do you manage the access of the users? That is more of focus in SAP security. And security about the product, that comes under kind of cyber security or application security. So nowadays that is also a very upcoming thing, which is more related to the cyber security aspect of it. Let's say if there is some vulnerability within the application, how do you patch it? That's not a job of SAP security actually. So if you're working on SAP security area, you won't be doing patching, because patching will mostly be taken care by basis consultants. So basis is related to the administration aspect of the SAP product or the SAP environment. So they basis consultants are the administrators who will maintain, install SAP environment, SAP application, maintain them, do the technical upgradation, apply patches, apply various nodes. There is something called nodes in SAP, which is nothing but you can say kind of patches in Microsoft or other terms. So maintaining the application, upgrading, these activities are done by anything software related or upgrade, those kind of activities are done by basis consultants. Whereas the business aspect of risk is taken care by SAP security consultant. So that's a clear demarcation, or kind of, you can say, segregation of duty as well. So in a matured SAP environment, basis consultants will hardly have access to like create users. They will not have access to create users. They will not have access to create roles. We'll get to see what are users and roles in the system practically. Very basic stuff, but when we handle SAP, I mean, when we do the hands-on. Yeah. So ideally, in a matured SAP environment, basis consultants should not have access to do all these activities like creation of user or creation of role, and even any of the functional, especially none of the functional consultants. So if you work as a FIC or FICO consultant or PP or any of the HR consultant, so you should ideally not have, I mean, you should not have at all access to create users or create roles in a SAP secured SAP environment. If you have such kind of access, that means there is no proper SAP security process in place, or the access is quite high that you should not have. Right. So most of the functional consultant, they might not even know that whether I have the access or not, because they might not know how to do those activities, because that's security related. But somebody with security, little bit of security background, can do a test or check, can I do a user creation or not, can I do a role creation or not. Yeah, so we will see the implication of those. If somebody has higher level of access also, what is the risk? So here it explains about what is a business risk, and it can be categorized into low, medium, and high. Uh, Very self-explanatory explanation. Like obviously, a higher level of risk is where the customer or the client is getting impacted financially. Yeah, a low level of risk can be, let's say, a user related risk, or something, let's say a user information is getting displayed. So it is affecting the user, not the company overall. But sometimes that can also be a very high risk. For example, if you have heard about compliances such as GDPR, which is effective in UK, or let's say in US you have uh, Californian data protection or general data protection laws, so where personal user information should be protected, right? If there is any leakage from certain, from many companies, so companies are liable to pay a huge penalty on that, right? So any such compliance, if you have, if you're aware of, so every country has their own kind of data protection laws or various compliances with respect to where the companies are operating. So a very popular one is GDPR, which is for uh, companies operating out of UK. Yeah. So where the data should be protected within the company. So if there's any leakage, so there can be penalty up to, I think it's 4% of the overall revenue of a company per year, which is huge. Maximum. That's the maximum penalty. So if you see in the latest news and all, there are a couple of big companies who have been penalized due to data leakage, some sensitive data leakage, mostly user related information. So that's how SAP security is gaining a lot of traction, and there are huge requirement, because all the big companies, if you see in any of the big companies, I think more than 70% of all Fortune 500 companies and all the large companies, say, Fortune 1000 companies, more than 70% uses SAP. Their overall ERP is running on SAP. We have Microsoft also in SME segment. There are other vendors like JDA, and there are different vendors. But if you see the market share, SAP's market share have been always more than 70% across all ERPs. Yeah. So Oracle, Microsoft, and all other companies, they have a very like 20 to 30% share overall globally. So most of the large organization uses SAP, and that's how SAP is so much popular, and the security within SAP becomes more and more important. Yeah, to maintain proper security processes. Okay. So let's come to the next slide. So here it talks about approval process. Yeah. So user is asking for a transaction like XK01. Okay. So if you are going to do any activity within SAP, there are something called transactions, or there's another term to it. It's called action in GRC term, but in SAP security, it's called transaction or T code. Okay, so in short, it's called T code or transaction code. So this is a transaction code XK01. Okay, so we'll see hands-on in the system when we get in the system, maybe in day 2 or day 3. How do we execute transactions? So everything within the SAP will happen through a transaction. This transaction is for creating a vendor. Vendor as in the vendor can be a supplier or it can be a company. So basically you are entering the data of any vendor within your company. So a vendor can be, say, a supplier. If it is a company related to, suppose, automobile, or you're working in a car manufacturing company, and who can be your vendor? Somebody, some company which supplies, say, tires or electronics, or say the lighting for the company, lighting for the cars. So a tire company um, is a vendor for an automobile company. So you can maintain the information of that vendor through this transaction XK01. Okay. External auditors. So users will need access to certain transaction. Auditors will check, external auditors will check whether the transactions which are associated with the users, are they of appropriate level or not. Okay, so which user from which particular department has what kind of access? Is it in accordance to the overall user metrics? So we'll say user metrics, how a user access metrics is defined. And auditors will very often check for whether there is segregation of duty issues, and if there are, whether it's mitigated or not, and what kind of process or approvals are in place to provide certain kind of access. And managements are always, they're always worried about the data. Okay, so who has access to what kind of data? So management will always be worried about, within my SAP environment, uh, within all the employees within the company, what kind of access do they have? So SAP security is all about, mostly it's all about, how do you restrict the access instead of providing. It's rather restricting. Okay, so like from networking concept, if you have some networking concept, there's a concept of ACL, access control list, right? Where you, it's from networking background. Say if you apply ACL, you define who gets access to what. Okay, so similarly in SAP security, it's more focused on restricting the access, providing minimum level of access which is required to perform a certain job for all the employees, to providing the right level of authorization. The next slide speaks about the same approval thing, why approvals are required. So obviously when you're giving access, uh, who is providing approval to that access? So there should be proper process to define who is providing the approval. So let's say in your company, if you need certain kind of access, your immediate manager can be a approver. So that manager becomes accountable for the access that you are getting. Okay, so this is in accordance with certain rules and regulation, mostly regulations. So there's one kind of regulation known as SOX, or in full form, it's known as Sarbanes-Oxley Act, basically. This is a US based regulation. So you'll get to hear a lot of regulation and compliances in SAP security, uh, because uh, SAP being an ERP, it deals with a lot of sensitive information, especially financial informations. Yeah. So those information, how it is protected. So most of the countries, they have various kind of regulation. Sarbanes-Oxley Act, or SOX, is one of the primary regulation which actually originated from US after there was a huge financial issue with a company called Enron long back. And after that, because of the financial collapse of Enron, this regulation came into place from United States, and later on it was adopted by various different countries. Similar version of it, little tweaked, so which focuses on the kind of access which is there and having proper controls, and to make people, or mostly the CFO of the company, accountable, and the auditors, internal auditors, accountable to the kind of access which is there. Yeah, so in US, it's a big thing on most of the large organization, especially any organization which is listed in any of the stock exchange, have to mandatorily follow SOX, which is Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Yeah. So people from US, I think they are very much aware of. They might have. I mean, they should have heard about the term SOX. So similar to SOX in other countries, like say in Japan, there is JSOX, and Germany, you have something similar to that. Uh, India has a certain clause or section within something called SEBI, and UK has its own version of it. Australia uses a similar kind of version of SOX, but SOX is mostly it's been the base for compliance. Yeah, compliance related to internal controls. So SOX is a very big compliance stuff, but within that there are clauses or sub clauses. Few of the clauses, like 404 is one of the clause or one of the section within Sarbanes-Oxley Act, and there are others also, like 403 and 404 being one. So there are two, three clauses which are more related to internal controls and compliances. But overall, it's a huge act altogether. Yeah. So risk. This is a slide which speaks about non-SOD risks. So it's not just only segregation of duty, but there can be other risk also, which is related to access, but not necessarily related to segregation of duty. It can be something with infosec, information security, how we manage the operations, something related to internal audit. So when audits are getting conducted, SAP Security should support the both the internal audit and external audit, so that it gets done in within the time or effort which is estimated. Else, if the audit timelines increases, it increases the budget for the company. That becomes a liability, right? So most of the people who are working on SAP Security will also do certain amount of work related, mostly related to internal audit, and sometime also facilitate external audits. So internal audit is something which is done or managed within the company, and it's basically to have the checks and balances within the company, but those data are not publicly published, right? It's not published. So when does the external audit happen? So external audits are done by third party companies, and there are multiple different type of audits. You will see audits related to IT, audit related to finance. Yeah, and there is something like stat audit, or the statutory audit, which is mandatory for all the companies which are listed. So before external audit happens, most of the company will have their internal audits to have proper checks and balances. SAP security consultants will work with those audit team either to extract the data and provide them, or facilitate, or do remediation based on the observation that they provide. Yeah. So, and there can be other risks, like risks on the side of finance, related to fraud, or say in human resource in HR area where there is no proper compliance on provisioning or deprovisioning. Provisioning or deprovisioning is very common process. Provisioning is like providing access to the system, and there's very common issues in most of the companies where deprovisioning have been an issue. So a user joins a company, employee joins a company, and let's say the employee works on a contract for 6 months, or maybe as a permanent employee also. Let's say the employee works for 6 months or a year and then leaves the company. So during that duration of 6 months or a year, the employee would have gained access to many different systems. And when the employee leaves, in most of the organization and all the countries, it is ideal to have the user ID or the details retained. Okay, so there are many reasons to it. Probably the user can join later on if the user is a rehire. So you don't need to work on the user provisioning with all the details, because you'll have all the details beforehand. That is one of the reasons. And there can be other reasons. Let's say the user have done some malicious activity during the tenure. So if you still retain the user information at a later point in time during an internal or external audit, uh, the right information can be extracted, like who did the fraud or who did some malicious transaction. So in most of the companies, that data is retained, the user information is retained. Okay, so ideally, user IDs in systems, whether it's SAP systems, especially SAP systems, it is blocked or disabled or deactivated, but it is recommended to never delete. Okay, or even if it is deleted, it is deleted after certain years of data retention. So there have to be proper data retention policy or user information retention policy till a certain number of years, so that you mitigate all this kind of risk. Now, where deprovisioning issue comes, in many of the clients I have seen, and companies, even if the user have left, the actual user have left the company, the ID remains active in certain system, whether it's SAP system or non-SAP system, the user ID remains active because the deprovisioning is not done properly. Either it's not a automated deprovisioning, it's manual, and while doing manual provisioning, the consultant or the administrator might have missed the deprovisioning, because of there can be a lot of systems. Okay, suppose the user is working on human resource team, or let's say finance team, and as a finance team member, the employee is accessing 7 or 8 different SAP system, multiple portals, right? You get access to multiple system, and when the employee leaves, still some of the user IDs and few of the systems are active, and it continues to be active because of probably the security process is not proper, it is not stringent, or somebody have missed doing the deprovisioning, and that becomes a audit issue. And it can also be a threat, because the same ID, maybe the that ID is being used by another employee to do some malicious activity. Okay, so in internal or external audit, whatever audit, if they trace who have done that malicious activity, it will be the employee's ID who have left maybe 6 months or a year before, but still the ID being active and somebody else is using it. So ideal IDs, IDs which are not deprovisioned, is always a risk. So this is an example of, these are the examples of non-SOD risk. So I hope you understood this concept of IDs not being properly deprovisioned. It's with respect to any IT systems, not only SAP. So let's come to the various security components. So from SAP perspective, what are the various components when we talk about SAP authorization or security? One being the IDs or user IDs. So in order to access SAP, you need to have ID. Okay. So who creates that ID? That's the job of SAP security consultant. Okay. So just by having the ID, you can access the system, but you cannot do anything. You cannot execute any transaction unless you are provided with the right set of roles or profiles. Okay. So the next part is roles. So what are roles or profiles? So profiles are role or roles. These are two different things. So earlier, SAP used to have profiles. Even it has now, but profiles were more dominant. And later on, they came up with concept of roles. So now roles are mostly used, although profiles are still there. But roles, from SAP security perspective, you will mostly hear about roles nowadays. So roles are assigned to users. Roles are being created with different activities. So let's say a role can be for a finance person. Okay, there will be roles created with finance related activities. Okay, if you are a basis consultant, you will have roles with basis related activities. If you are a security consultant, you will have roles with security related activities. So we'll see how we create, manage different kind of roles, and those roles are assigned to users so that the user can do various kind of activity within SAP environment. Okay. What does the role contain? The role contains various objects. So those are related to authorization. Those are authorization objects and various objects and classes related to programs. So when you do certain activity within the SAP, it runs a program. So when you execute a transaction, it runs a coded program behind. So you might be aware of the SAP language called ABAP. So most of the programs in SAP environment is written in ABAP. So every transaction, when you execute or run any transaction, it has a program associated with it. And what kind of program you can run with which all values are based on authorization, the kind of authorization values that you'll have. So it shows a overview of a SAP user. What are the components? IDs, roles. Role has various authorization and it also contains objects and classes. So we'll see that in detail. It will be more clearer for people who have not worked in SAP ABAP background. Even if you have worked on HANA, so HANA is something new. It's been there for last couple of years, but the ABAP part of SAP is quite older. So earlier it's being all ABAP, and now there are new technologies like HANA. So in HANA side, you will not have the picture of all this object classes and roles. The environment is pretty different, but if you have the background of ABAP, you'll be able to relate to objects and classes and objects. Yeah, it's there in functional modules as well. HANA DB. Okay, so in HANA DB, so HANA DB is quite different than that of ABAP. So HANA DB, if you see, the front end is not ABAP, it's Java Eclipse based, and the kind of there are users and roles, but the authorization concept is very different than ABAP. But if you see S4 HANA and the classical ABAP or ECC environment is similar.
Okay.
So S4 HANA is a business suite. Look and feel is different based on Fiori. So S4 HANA is nothing but, you can say in layman terms, upgraded version of ECC. But HANA as a database, the look and feel is totally different, and it's not ABAP based. So although there are users, there are roles, there is authorization, but the way it is structured is very different than ABAP. So you don't have an authorization object in HANA rules, HANA DB rules. Yeah. So if you see the HANA environment, then we can compare that as well. Okay. I think people who have done, say, HANA 2.0 from, if it is from development, if someone have done, I think I've heard that somebody have done development, then you won't get much of the administrative exposure. But if somebody have done, say, administration side of HANA DB, uh, then you will get the difference between, like, how do you manage users, how do you manage roles in HANA part of it. So that's HANA database security. Okay, so both are different. Fine. So let's come to this user administration. So this slide is mostly, I mean, instead of letting you know about what is the content, it's better if it could be shown in the system. So there are few slides which I think it should be directly shown in the system so that it's more clear, especially the user administration. So it talks about various reports and how the users are created, and there are a couple of reports like RSU, USR. So USR, if you see any USR related, that is user related. Okay, USR reports are user related. So this is a report. So we can see in the system what are the various reports, and there is a transaction. You can even note it down. It's called SUIM, very frequently used in SAP Security. SUIM, which stands for SAP User Information Management. So this SUIM transaction will have most of the this reports, RSUSR reports. Yeah. RSUSR reports. Can you see my notepad screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so although it's mentioned separately as RSUSR 006, there are multiple different kind of reports. So all the reports are part of the master transaction. You can say this is a master transaction called SUIM, SAP User Information Management. It is very frequently used by SAP Security Consultant, but it's not limited to security consultant. Even functional consultants also can use. But it's very commonly used by security consultants. So we'll see this in detail in the hands-on. This transaction 18, 19, 20, SM 18, 19, 20, all related to security audit law. We'll see that also. Like auditing. So in order to do audit within the system, you need to have the data recorded, right? So audit is something which is done as a kind of preventive measure. So when somebody does an audit, whether it's internal or external, IT or finance, so you try to figure out anomalies within the system. Okay, say fraud which are already committed. You cannot predict like there will be certain fraud, but obviously as an auditor you can suggest to remediate all the anomalies or remediate all the risks which are there so that the fraud can be mitigated. But from security, from audit perspective, the thinking or the approach is always to figure out certain anomalies or to figure out whether there is a fraud which is already done, right? Unless and until there is a fraud which is committed, you cannot figure out a fraud. So it's a audit process is most always like something which is lagging behind, you can say. It's, although it's a prevent, it is also work as a preventive way to not have fraud, but the approach is to figure out whether there is a fraud or not.
Fault finding.
Fault finding, yeah. And you provide the observation to the client. So that's always the approach of any auditor, whether it's finance auditor. So they are always, I mean, if you work as a security consultant, maybe you will get annoyed with the auditors, but that's the job of the auditor to figure out what are the anomalies within the system, what are the faults, and to highlight those faults, okay, in a proper structured way, so that the client or company can remediate and be better compliant. Their security posture becomes better by every audit. Yeah, so that's the job. So in order to facilitate the audit, you need to have some data. So auditors always ask for data. Give me this data, give me last 6 months, last 1 year data. Okay, what are the user data, how many users are there, what are their what is the complexity of the password, what is their duration, all the user information. So you need to retain those user information and also configure the system in such a way that you can get those kind of reports. So this transactions, few of the transaction, it enables certain audit related loggings. So there are few audit log which are there by default, but these are some dedicated transaction through which you can enable security related logging, like a user, what the user is doing. I mean, what kind of transaction the user have used, say, a month before. Even those data can be logged in the SAP. So anything that you do within SAP is properly logged, uh, provided the configuration is done in the right way. Okay, so an employee with any malicious intent might just learn about some transaction from outside through a training or through self research, and then try to execute that transaction within his or her own company and try to get some data. So always remember, each and every transaction that you execute, everything is there in the kind of memory, or the term is logging. So there are logs for all the activity. If it is uh, configured in a proper way. So that again depends on the company's logging policy, data retention policy. Because if you're trying to retain all the information, you'll also require good amount of space, right, to record those information. Yeah. So especially areas or companies where the data is very sensitive, any finance, banking related organization, any finance related organization, or organization which has a lot of intellectual property related stuff. Okay, so they have very strong data retention and strong such kind of policies. Okay, so we were speaking about password complexity earlier. So there are certain parameters. So these are the parameters we will see in the system. So you can actually tweak and modify the parameters according to your requirement, your company's requirement, okay, or the client's requirement, to harden the password policy. So there are various parameter. One of this parameter is this one, like logging slash minimum password LNG. It suggests about what should be the minimum length. So here it's a suggestion, like it should be 6. Okay, but it depends. Your company might suggest 8, or somebody might suggest 12. It can be a longer length also. So if the length of the password is more, it's become more complex to crack. Because there are different mechanism to crack a password. Okay, like earlier I was speaking of a very common process which is known as brute force. So it's nothing but it's like trying multiple combination of all the letters and numbers. So there are softwares application through which multiple combinations can be tried and tested. So if your password complexity and length is smaller, it's very easy to do a brute force cracking. Okay. Then password expiration time. So you'll see in most of the system, SAP or non-SAP, usually the password gets expired after, say, a month or 3 months or 6 months. So you can set the number of days depending on your password policy. like after how many days the password should get expired, so that the user reset the password to a new password. So usually in companies they set it to like 90 days, 3 months. Okay, 90 days have been, for most of the companies that I've seen, is a 90 days to 180 days or 6 months is a common password policy. So it's like if you have never accessed, or even if you have accessed, so ideally there are two ways. One is if you have never accessed a system for, let's say, last 180 days, your password will get expired. That is one kind of setting. Another setting being, even if you have access, still after 180 days it will get uh, expired and you need to mandatorily reset it. So you'll see even in most of the companies, Windows password, or say the network password, will have a expiry. uh, Most of the company use like 6 months, uh, 6 months to 3 months to 6 months. So even if you're logging to SAP system, Windows system, after every 6 months, it will prompt for changing the password, right? So that's a good security policy, because what can happen is maybe a employee have written the password somewhere in a plain text or on a paper, and maybe in a sticky note and stick it somewhere, and it's quite visible. Many people do that. So you can always educate your employees, but these are the bad practices which happens. So by implementing this additional check that the password expires, you make the password for every employee reset every 6 months. So probably next time when it gets resetted, if the employee is educated enough now to have good security, he or she will not maintain the password in a sticky note somewhere or write it down on a paper, right? So these are the policies. There are many other password related parameters which we will explore in the system. We'll see this practically how we can set this, yeah, login parameters. Okay, default accounts. So these are some of the users. Even this should be done in the system. So I'll show you in the system. These are some of the SAP user IDs which are by default there in the SAP system when you purchase the product or when you install the product. These are there by default. SAP Star, DDIC, CPIC, and Early Watch. They have different usage. Various usages are there, and these IDs are not used by. It should not be used by any end user, any functional user or business user. Uh, Ideally, access to this user will only be there either with the basis team or security team. So if you have a dedicated security team, then security team should have access to this. And in many of the companies, after the activities of all this user is done, apart from few, especially the SAP Star, this is locked. So because it's like a super user account. So once you install the system, you do all the configuration, create users for your basis security and functionality. Then SAP Star, the default password is changed and also locked. So this is actually a default password. Okay, this is same for SAP system. Why it is this password? It's I'm not exactly sure, but probably this is when one of the SAP modules were launched. Probably the ECC module 1992. So it's like 6/7 1992. This is the default password. So because it's known to everybody, it's a common default password. Like in routers, you'll find in routers, there is password like user ID is admin and password is password. That's a default user ID and password. Okay, so in your home or office, if you're using the default user ID and password in your Wi-Fi routers, somebody can easily get access to your router and access your internet, right, within your network. So you should always change your router's default user ID and password. If not the user ID, at least the password. Okay. Same for, let's say, mobile, hotspot, and yeah, for SAP also. So it's a good practice to disable this ID and change the password. We'll see the users, the default users in the system as well. Okay, so I think the same thing is explained in the second slide. So what can be done as a good practice to deactivate the IDs which are not being used? In the security session, this slide after default account. So it talks about same transaction like SM18, 19, 20, which is related to security audit, and some of the login parameters similar to password parameters, like how do you configure termination of a user who is already logged on, especially for unsuccessful logins. And there are parameters, so these are all parameters which starts with like login slash or rdisk slash. Okay, so in order to access this login, we need to get into a transaction and then key in this complete uh, text. This is not a code, it will be the parameter name. This full is a parameter names, and when you enter the parameter name, press enter, you will see the default values. So usually the values are like 0, 1, 2, 3, likewise. So every value means something like being active, deactive, or a particular value. So you can maintain those values as per your requirement. So let's say locking a user after a specific number of failed authentication. So by default, you will see in SAP, uh, this parameter is like, it's always set to 3. So 3 times, if you try an incorrect password, okay, your ID will get locked. That's a default security policy. Okay, but you can change that policy according to your security requirement. Let's say if your security environment is very stringent, okay, and you do not want any user to attempt any guesses, okay, or multiple time checks, okay, you can set it to like just one, where one single failure will log the account. But ideally it's 3, and if you think 3 is very less, you can increase it to, let's say, 5 or 6 attempt. Okay, usually in most of the applications, even in emails or any of the online application, it's usually like 3 attempts. Let's say your bank login, okay, any banking site login. So most of the banking site login will give you like 3 attempts. If you continuously try for 3 attempts with the same user ID and the password is an incorrect password, it will lock the ID probably for the same day in a banking application or portal. But in respect to SAP, it will lock it and user cannot log in at all. So in SAP, it will lock, and it's not just for a day, it will totally lock it. And unless and until it's unlocked by a SAP administrator or a SAP security consultant, the user cannot log in. So we will see there are multiple different kinds of lock also. So this is one kind of locking where it locks due to incorrect login, and there are different other kinds of lock as well. Okay, that we will see in the system. What are the different kinds of lock? Okay, so this slide talks about the type of users. Okay, this we can do theory, although we'll see in practical what are the type of users. So there's a user called dialog. So generally user are of type dialog. So if you create a user in SAP, by default, it is created as a dialog user. And the dialog user is symbolically mentioned as A, or A type user is nothing but a dialog user. So dialog user is a normal user. They can log in with user ID and password. Uh, there will be checks on their user ID expiry or the password expiry. And when a dialog user logs in, the first password always needs to be changed. So if there's an initial password, let's say the user ID is created with the password, and you create a user ID and password, give it to an end user. When the end user tries to log in, the system will prompt the password to be changed, like any portal or any web application. So for the very first instance, when the user is logging in, it will ask to set a desired password. Okay, so that's how the uh, feature or functionality of dialog user type. Now there is another user which is system type system, and symbol is B. B is a system type user. So these are not used for manually logging in. You cannot log into SAP by using a system user. Okay, so that's why it's mentioned as dialog login is not possible. So why this system user is used? This is basically for communicating between system. So inter-system communication, one SAP to another SAP system. So if one SAP system needs to speak with another SAP system, let's say there is a ECC system speaking with a SAP or communicating with a SAP HR system, two separate systems, then they will communicate, but for authentication, it will use a user ID. So in that case, you use a system ID. So there are some example of it, and similar kind of usage is for communication. So communication and system both are of quite similar use. Communication or C type is used for communication specifically. There's something called RFCs or request for communication type. And whereas system earlier, it used to be mostly used within the system. So there is something called within the system communication or an inter system communication between two systems. When you communicate between two systems, then earlier we used to use communication, and within the system it was just system. But now if you see the latest practice, although communication users are still there, you can create a communication user, but SAP recommends not to use communication user. Okay, this is the latest practice. It's very new. I think last 2-3 years, SAP recommends not to use communication user, rather to use system user for both the usage within the system communication, that is like intra-system communication, and as well as inter between two or multiple system. We should always use system. That's one of the better practice. So as a practice, it's good not to use communication user at all, but it's still there. We can create communication. So we'll see both. You cannot do a direct login with both the users. So these two IDs, this two type of IDs is not for end users actually. This is for the system itself, for the SAP system itself. Okay. For login to a system, either it is dialog, which is for end user, and there's another one called service, denotes as S. So service user, what is the difference? The main difference is service user, when you log in with the initial password, there is no check or there's no prompt to change the password. Okay, whatever password is set for service, uh, it's just one time. You don't need to reset, or anybody logging in with a service password, it does not prompt for a reset of password. And it's ideally not provided to end users. So service users are mostly for administrators, let's say for security team members or basis team members who are managing the system. So it does not prompt for changing of password. The password does not expire. Okay, so dialog password will expire based on the password policies, but service password will not get expired. And it can be shared by multiple users. So you can do multiple login. So that means if a security team has 2 members, both the members can use the service account, same account. But in dialog, it will not allow multiple login. So if same user and password is used by 2 different users, if user A is logged in with dialog, and when user B tries to log in, it will show a prompt saying somebody is logged in with the user ID and password. So do you want to terminate the existing logging? So that we will see in the system, then it will be more clear. So the fundamental difference is dialog user, it will not allow multiple login. Service will allow multiple login, and it is not meant for end users. It is meant mostly for admin and security persons. But both of these IDs, dialog and service, will let you log into the system. You can log in with these user IDs, type of user IDs. But with system and communication, you cannot log in. It is meant for system to system or within system communication. Okay, that's the basic difference. So it can be actually categorized into two parts. One is the IDs, type of IDs through which you can log into the system, and others which cannot. And then we have another one which is very rare. It's like a reference denoted as L. Yeah. So it is used to provide some additional privileges. This also, it will not have a direct login. You cannot use this ID password to log in. So when it is used, let's say a user is having dialog login, and every login or user ID has a certain limit of number of roles, or to be specific, it's number of profiles which can be added to a dialog user. Okay, so if there's a dialog user ID and it have exceeded the number of authorization and you still need to add more authorization, then you can create a reference ID and reference it to the dialog ID to basically add more authorization. But it's rarely the case. I've hardly seen reference IDs to be created, because a normal dialog ID can have good amount of authorization. There was a limit in older versions of ID. I think that's when reference IDs were used. But if you see the newer version of SAP, like now we have S4 Hana and all, S4 being one of the latest business suite in SAP, we do not have any limitations now in the authorization. So technically we don't need a reference users, but still it's there. Okay. So in a system, mostly you will see either dialog, system, and service. These are the three type of IDs which are there in current SAP environment, mostly used. Okay, and so I know theoretically it might seem a little confusing if you have not worked with SAP users. Uh, those who have already done bit of security, and even functional consultants might not have idea of types of IDs, because they just see user ID and password, but not the type. But from security perspective, it is quite important. So when you see in the system, create an ID of one type and try to do on your own, then the concept will get very clearer.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What does SAP NetWeaver application server security handle? Option A, user authentication. Option B, user authorization. Option C, encrypted communication. And D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. So good luck, and type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP Security. In this course, we delve into the critical aspect of SAP Security, whether you're a new to SAP Security or seeking to enhance your expertise. Our training covers everything from user authentication and authorization to role design and segregation of duties. Over the years, ZaranTech has empowered countless professionals with the expertise needed to protect SAP system from evolving threats. Our alumni have achieved remarkable success in implementing robust security measures, ensuring compliance and mitigating risk within their organizations. By enrolling in ZaranTech's SAP Security Training, you'll gain insights into the industry's best practices, hands-on experience with security tools, and the confidence to address complex security challenges heads-on. Don't miss this opportunity to elevate your SAP security skills and make a tangible impact in your organization. Visit the link below to learn more about our SAP Security Training Program with ZaranTech. Secure your future in SAP Security today.
So it explains about what is SAP security from access point of view in this particular slide, and then why it is important, providing access to the right person with right level of access. T codes, various kind of T codes, how you are providing access to the T code. What are the critical T codes? We have discussed like a couple of critical T codes and critical auth objects, which we'll see. Auth object we will see when we create a role, and our transactions. Obviously, we are aware of a couple of transactions. Now, if you can log into your own server, so I'm logging to my server. So we use the same method. You go to MSTSC. In your actual environment, you might not need to go to MSTSC because then your SAP logon pad will be there in your desktop. Okay, so I am logging to the remote server. So say if you're trying to log in and if you're providing wrong password, so earlier we have discussed the default password policy. So the default password policy in SAP is if you're trying for 3 times with incorrect password, then your login will get your ID will get locked. So that's a default logon policy. But say if you're successful after 1 or 2 attempt, it will give a pop-up saying like the number of attempts that you did. So I have attempted once, so that this is how it looks like, which was incorrect. And the second time when successful, it gives me this information. So I have logged into the SAP server. Now you might have one question, like when we hear this S4 and ECC, what are these terms? So people who are not aware of SAP, just to have it plain and simple, ECC is like I can say older version and S4 is a newer version. Security is close to 90% it is similar. It's exactly similar both in ECC and S4. The only difference in S4 is when we get into the Fiori aspect of it. So this is a S4 system, but if you see a ECC system, both will look similar from the backend. So when I say backend, this is what backend is for SAP consultant. Okay, and what can be the front end? If you are using a portal or say a Fiori Launchpad, basically the UI part of a business user becomes front end. But as a consultant, this is where you will do most of the security work. So your transactions are pretty much similar. Only when we see the Fiori aspect, we will see some new kind of concept and new kind of transaction. But the basics of SAP security is same across most of the modules, most of the SAP ECC or the core version. So ECC stands for your enterprise core component, and S4H is like S4 for HANA. Okay, so SAP is very complicated with the way they name various versions. It is a little complex. So S4H stands for it's for HANA. Okay, so what is HANA? We will see. HANA is a combination. HANA is a combination of, you can say it's an application, plus it is a DB. It is also a database. HANA is also a database, and it is also an appliance. There's a device. So if you're running HANA, it will be running on a device. And those devices are assembled by companies like HP, IBM, the product companies. Okay, so HANA is a database. SAP have developed a database. Database like you might have heard of SQL database, Microsoft SQL database, Oracle database. Similarly, SAP has its own database, which is known as HANA database. Okay, and the application which runs this HANA database, it comes in combination. So it is also an app, and this database along with the app runs on an appliance specifically designed for HANA. So it's a combination of all this. But this HANA is plain and simple. When we say HANA or HANA DB, it refers to this. However, S4 HANA is a business suite. So this is a business suite. So S4 HANA is a business suite, which is a newer version of people who have worked with SAP. It's a newer version of ECC. Okay, so the previous versions you had like 5.0, 6.0, 7.0, likewise there were various versions. And previous to ECC, we had very older version like R3. And even before that, there was another major version like R2. So R2 would be in early like 80s and 90s. We used to have R2, and then came R3, and then it was ECC, and now we have S4H, SAP for HANA. So this is a business suite. Okay, why for HANA? Because SAP recommends S4 to run on a HANA database. So SAP wanted all their applications to run on HANA DB. They were promoting HANA DB. They're still promoting it, but it's not like 100% successful because all these applications, majorly if you see in real time, mostly they are running on Oracle database. So in the market, Oracle, you can say it's a #1 database. There are many other databases that SAP supports. So SAP was intending to remove all the support of all other databases. The previous versions like ECC, it supports Oracle, then database like MaxDB and MySQL, SQL, multiple different databases. It also supports different kind of operating system. So you can run SAP on Windows, Unix, Sun Solaris, Linux, multiple different OS. So SAP was kind of independent, not exactly independent, like you have various software versions of the same application manufactured for different OS along with different databases. So it was supporting all databases, all major databases and all major operating systems. But now with S4 HANA, SAP is trying to eliminate support for all other database. And because now they have got their own database, they want to promote S4 HANA database. Okay, but it's not 100% successful because S4 HANA also supports other databases now. So they wanted to remove the support. The target was like 2025. The target keeps on pushing. 2020 it was the target, then now it's 2025. So, but I think other database support will be there because customers don't want to like shifting a database is a big task, and you have all your data in the database, right? And Oracle is something which is very trustworthy, been there for decades. Okay, so that's a little background of ECC and HANA thing. So we are exploring the major transaction SU01. As a practice, always key in /n. Okay, so earlier we have created one user like EMP001. If you press space or the space bar, you will get all the details in the buffer. So there's a user buffer which stores the previous typed text. Okay, F7 for display. This is the display. So the more you use the SAP screen, you'll get used to all the shortcuts and using it faster. Okay, so today we'll explore the various steps which are very important for this master transaction SU01. So previously we have seen how to create a user. You key in the name of the user, or to be specific, it is user ID. Okay, user ID is something which is unique. So security admin will define the user ID based on some naming convention within your company. So in a real-time scenario, you can have a naming convention or a naming policy. Say many companies, they have naming policies such as it will start with your employee ID. If you have similar to this one, like so here we have mentioned EMP001. Let's say employee number 1 is 001, and likewise whoever joins later on, it becomes 002, 003. So all your employee ID is something like this. Okay, either this can be a naming convention, one way of defining user IDs, and other way it can be, say, some clients do it in such a way that first name, first initial, and rest characters from your last name. So let's say somebody with the name like Brian, text is slow here. Say Brian George. So I can have a user ID like BGEORGE. Okay. So again, if you check the total number of text, so it is limited. Yeah. So you have to be sure that it's within that limit. So I think it's 12 character. So 1 till 9. So when you create ID, it have to be of certain length. So by default, it's like of around 12 characters. So based on that, you have to define your naming strategy or naming convention. Okay. So now we have created a user. Let's see the various tabs which are pretty important. We are in display mode. If you want to edit, click onto this. It becomes editable. Okay. So first tab. So address tab. Not all fields are mandatory. The only field which is mandatory is last name. So mandatory fields will show a check like this. Yeah. So Control Z. I'll not save this one. So any changes, when you make any changes, it will ask for, do you want to save, yes or no? So I'm not saving. I'm going back again with the display, edit to edit. So you can fill all the other details. Email is something which is important, but again, it's not mandatory. So let's see the other tabs. Logon data, very important. Starting with LISs and security policy, all these are not mandate, but user type is something which is mandatory and it is there by default. So, and this is very important. So we have seen 5 different types of user. So this is quite important topic from security point of view. Any user that you're creating by default is dialog. Okay, so you can try creating user of 5 different types. In weekdays, you can do this task, create user with any username, let's say EMP001, 2, 3, 4, 5, likewise, and have it like one being dialogue, system, and communication, and try logging in with all those users. So you'll be able to log in with the dialogue and service, and you cannot log in with other type of users. Okay, that is one feature. Yeah. Yes. So documentation is not mandatory, and it's most of the time you will not be providing. I mean, you will not be filling any details. This is like a documentation for this screen itself. If you want to make any notes, who is responsible for this, any documentation for the user, it's mostly optional. It's mostly optional. You'll hardly be mentioning any details. So in real-time scenario, only the tabs that we mostly focus is either address, I mean, it will be address, logon data, and roles. Yeah, these are the 3 main tabs. And then few, for some cases, either profiles. And if you have licenses assigned, then we'll go to license. Not all tabs are mandatory, but yes, to cover this, yeah, you can mention some details like who is the responsible person for this ID, and give some description. You can write some documentation for the user. Let's say you are creating some documents and you're creating some users, and these users are part of a new training team. Okay, or say some interns, intern for 2021. You can write a lot of things, and this is basically the documentation part. You can give some documentation related to the user, feed in the details. Okay, so but most of the time hardly you'll be filling anything. Yeah, but there's the usage. You can also mention user. You can select a user who is responsible for this ID, maybe a manager or somebody, but it's not technically relevant. It's just for the purpose of documentation. Okay, so address, and then we went to logon data. Yeah. So try creating user with all these 5 types and try to log in. Okay, I will show you creating one. We have already created dialog, and another will try to create service. We can see the difference clearly there. Now for dialog, there are 2 ways you can assign a password. Okay, either you can click on generate. So if you click on generate, SAP will auto generate a password. See, this is the password. Okay, I'll copy it into a text. So it will be a big password which is auto generated from SAP system itself. Fonts are big. So the password starts from where, it starts from here. And this is the initial password. This is the initial password. So when you key in this password, you have to change the password for the first time. Okay, so SAP generates this password. Yeah, from here U till V. So if you generate again, it will generate another password. Okay, so instead of you providing something manually, you can generate. There's also something handy like a password generator. It's an auto password generator, and it's a complex one. Okay, but most of the time users will be reluctant to use this kind of password. They might get confused like how to use it if you do not provide it properly. Users being your users within the company. So you as a security consultant, when you're providing the password, so they can obviously copy paste it. So if the users are little technical, little tech savvy, they can easily copy paste. But by seeing the length of the password, many users I've seen in real scenario, they get confused or afraid, like, how do I key in such a big password? Okay, so you can also copy paste it. The other way is obviously you can give your own choice of password. So let's say I'm keying in a password like delete the existing one. Welcome 123. I'll go back and not save this one. Come back again, edit, log on, and welcome 123. Welcome 123. Okay. Somewhere I've not typed in exactly same. It have to be exactly same. It's acting a little funny. Welcome 123. Okay. So I've set this as welcome 123. You can have a valid from and valid to. If I'm giving a date like today's date, valid from today, valid till end of 2021. And then we have user group. So user group is important, but again, it's optional. If you have a user group in the system, then you can assign. Now, what is a user group? There are 2 types of groups for users. One you will see here, user group for auth check or authorization check. And you will find another groups here. There's also a user group. But this user group is more relevant with respect to authorization. So what you can do is you can create a user group which is associated with a particular authorization, and then tag any users to a particular authorization based user group. Now, in a real scenario, how it looks like, suppose let me take an example of a HR system. So you have a HR ECC or HR S4 system where there are multiple payroll admin, consultants, or people who process payroll. Okay, so you want all the payroll users to be part of a payroll user group. And this user group that you mentioned here, and we should be created with a separate transaction. If you want to assign some sort of authorization, special authorization to that group, we can assign to that group that we create for HR payroll, or you can tag all the users to part of that group, and anybody who is outside that group cannot access those relevant authorization. It is a kind of segregation, a separate segregation by using user group. So we'll see the transactions, like how to create user group also. The transaction is, I'm opening a new screen, /o SUGR. So SUGR is the transaction to create a new user group. But now I'm not mentioning any user group because I've not created anything. If I want to create, I have to create in the SUGR transaction, okay, which is optional again. Then there are other data like account number and cost centers. So in a company environment, the users are the employee, which will be all the employees will be part of certain cost center, right? So cost center is a finance concept, or someone with controlling background, CO background, or finance background, even HR background will understand cost center. In general also, cost center concept is all the resources, whether it's asset, human resource, people, everybody in a company will be associated with a cost center. So there will be a code to a cost center, and all the billing, all the transaction will be tagged to that cost center. And cost center is used for, say, taxation purpose, billing purpose. Okay, so if you're not aware of what cost center is, it's a functional concept. You can search about it, learn about it. It's mostly a finance concept. And similarly, you have a account number. Yeah. So if you want to mention cost center and account number separately, you can mention it here, but it is again optional. Okay. Next, we have another tab. Let me save this. Save. Again, I'll go to display. Okay. Then we have SNC. So SNC stands for Secure Network Communication. So this is a technical tab. When do you need SNC? So most of the clients will not use SNC. You will use SNC only when if you are using single sign-on. So single sign-on is a concept and it has some configurations. Through single sign-on, what you can do is you can have the SAP server configured to be logged in without any user ID and password. So now when we are logging in as a user, what we do is we go into the GUI, double click, and the screen comes up. We key in the user ID and password. But if you are using single sign-on, when you double click, it will not ask for user ID and password. And it will directly let you in based on the way it is configured for single sign-on. And when the single sign-on is configured, here in this field, we need to mention something called as canonical name, which is a small snippet of code, and it will identify which server it is hitting for a secure network communication. Okay, so if you do not have a SNC based single sign-on, you don't require this tab at all. But this is the functionality. Okay, you can achieve single sign-on in many other ways. This is one way area where you do the configuration for SNC parameters. Okay. Then we have defaults. So these defaults, these are known as user defaults. So when a user log in to the system, what is the language the user gets? So by default, it is English. So you can change it to your own type. So as an admin, you can access this default, and as a user also, you can access your own defaults. Okay. So what do I mean is you can change the defaults for somebody else as a security admin, but as a end user also, you can access this user default. You can note this transaction. So if you're logged in with your own user ID in SAP, you can access your own default by a transaction. It is SU3. Okay, SU3. If I key in SU3, I can see my own user default. Okay, so when I've keyed in SU3, it shows my own user ID and what are the defaults. So there are a few details that I can change on my own. So the few of the address details, default details, and also the parameter details, some user parameters. These three tabs. So you can see these three tabs are part of my SU01 transaction: defaults, address, and parameters. So it's a subset of SU01 transaction, which is in users. So all the users, any user should have the access of SU3 because it lets the user modify few of the parameters like address, defaults, and user parameters. Few defaults are like decimal notification, which is very commonly used. So like there are some decimal notification type based on which country you are operating. Like UK might be using a different kind of decimal notification, and US might be using different. So whichever you want. So I think UK is, which is the one which is used for US. I have seen most of them using this one, second. So you have comma for every 3 digits, and then you have full stop for the decimal. And a few countries also use the other way around. Okay, so if you want to change based on which one you want to use, you can change it here. Then the date format, okay, MMDD 4Ys, or how do you want to change it? Okay, let's say for US, if you want MMDD, then YYs starting with month, you can change it here. Then time format, all these details, time zone, and also the printer. So this is the printer name, the output device. Okay. So SU3 is the transaction. Any transaction that you type here, you can check which transaction you are right now in. This is where it will show you SU3. Okay, and all transactions are associated with the program. This is the full program name. Who is the user? This is my own user, the client that you are in, and some other details like how much time, what is the response times of time of the transaction. Okay, a few more details. So in this bottom right hand side corner, you will have the details of the screen, same screen. So this is SU3. Character of transaction code is not fixed. It is based on what SAP have defined. It can be 2, 3, 4, or even more. So what are the transactions that we have seen till now? Maybe the previous ones were only 3 letters, like SU01 is 1. Then we have seen SU3, which is 3 letters. Then PFCG. Okay, this is 4. It can be more also. Okay, doesn't matter. So these transactions are coming from SAP. These are standard transactions. Transaction, or in general term, it's known as you can term it as code, but SAP term, it is transaction or T code. T code is the short form. So most of the time people will say T code in SAP term. Okay, which T code? Which T code are you in? Instead of screen, SAP consultant will say which T code are you using? Which T code are you in? What is the T code for this functionality? T code is the common term. T code or transaction code. So we are in SU01 transaction code. Okay, let me finish this. Then we'll see how many transactions are there in this S4 Hana SAP system. Okay, so defaults. Yeah, there's another one, CATT. These are also optional. CATT stands for computer aided test script. So you can do some scripting. SAP has its own kind of scripting called CAT, or the newer version is ECAT. So if you're doing some scripting automation, you can enable the user for various testing status for ECAT. This is also optional, CAT or ECAT. So there's CAT, ECAT, and there's another one called GUI scripting. And then you have a few more. These are all related to scripts, scripting and automation, basically automating some of the tasks which are repetitive in nature. Okay, you can do scripting to automate or do a lot of automation. So SAP has its own kind of scripting, CAT, ECAT, and then GUI scripting is graphical based. And then you have also LSMW. This is also a transaction. It's mostly used for like large data loads, data loading. Okay. This is also very SAP specific. So there's a parameter for checking that. And then we have parameters tab. What are these parameters tab? So most of the time, parameters are defined by functional consultant, and you as a security consultant will just copy paste the parameter here, name of the parameter and the value of the parameter. So what can be a parameter? Suppose when you log into a screen, which is a finance screen or sales screen, and you want to default certain value every time a user logs in. So I'll show you, let's say a sales transaction. If we have that sales code like VA01, this is a SD transaction. And there is a new server. So every new transaction that you're keying in for the first time, it will take some time to compile the transaction and give up the screen. Okay, so let it come up. So by the time, what is this parameter? So you can feed the parameter name and value, which is provided most of the time from the functional consultant. And as a security consultant, you will just assign the parameters to the user. And what is a parameter? Parameters are certain values. One of the example is defaulting a screen to a particular value. Let's say you do some billing, okay? So, and you are part of a specific company code, and a billing person, a billing consultant or a billing representative, whenever he or she is opening up that screen of billing, you want his own company code to be defaulted in the screen. There might be multiple company code. So if you need that kind of feature, you can do it through a profile, user profile. So in the user profile, functional consultant will create a user profile, and as a security consultant, we will assign that. So this is the other screen, VA03, that we have typed earlier. Okay, it have opened here. So instead of VA03, let's see. This is VA01. It's a sales transaction. Okay. Yeah, this can be a good example. So when you open up VA01, it's a sales transaction, SD, SAP SD related transaction, not security transaction. So SD consultant or sales, anybody into sales, they will be aware of this transaction, which is a very common sales transaction, VA01. So the functional consultant, they want to, let's say, fix a value of distribution channel. Maybe the company has only one distribution channel, or even if the user company has multiple, you want the user to have a fixed value, something like 01, okay, or whatever the distribution channel is. So there are some default which is there here. So if this is the value, sales org as 0001, distribution as 01. So you as a functional consultant, you want whenever the user keys in VA01 to create sales documents, okay, automatically in the first screen, sales organization and distribution channel should have this value. Okay, so this feature can be coded in a user parameter, and functional consultant will give you that parameter and a list of user whom to assign. So if you assign that parameter in SU01 parameters tab, okay, this feature will be enabled for the user. So that is what is the usage of the parameter. Okay, so usually when you learn about SU01, people or trainers generally, they don't go through all this in so much detail, but this is a master transaction. And say later on, if you're attending any interviews, okay, and if you have good grasps of this master transaction, it is very much beneficial, because in general interviews or any questionnaires and all, you will have only general stuff like what are the type of users, how do you do a password reset, and those kind of things. But if you get into more detail about this, like parameters and default SNCs, because these are not used day in and day out. You will not have SNC in all the clients. Even a security consultant who is working in a real-time environment might not have come across SNC, because it's quite rare. Okay, parameters, there can be multiple different parameters, but what is the use? As a security consultant, maybe somebody is just assigning the parameters based on the requirement, but they are not aware of what is the usage, because that is purely functional. So someone with a techno-functional, both functional and technical background, can give you the insight the way I'm providing with a real-time example, so that you have a better understanding. So I want this master transaction for all of us to be very much clear with all the minute details, so that specifically for interviews and any if you're doing any interview preparation, it will help you a lot. Okay, so then we have an important tab, which is roles. So in theory, any links or security links, you might have a small snippet saying, okay, SNC stands for Secure Network Communication. But what it does in detail, unless you have done in real environment, it will not be part of SU01 general explanation. Okay. So yeah, I can give a lot of links to go through. There are public links that will help, but if you do on your own, at least the hands-on, that is more important. Okay. So how we assign, that's the part of SU01, but I just gave you an insight of what is a parameter to understand better. So as assigning, but what actually it does, if you have a question in mind, what is a parameter actually? I'm just assigning, but I don't see any use, because it's not for a security person to see the use, it's about the end user. So end user will see the use, and that's what a parameter is. I've given a real-time example. For my own user, there are some parameters which are assigned. You can see in your own user. Okay, so from the server provider, they might have assigned, they might have copy paste from somebody, and this is how parameters will look like. Okay, so this parameter ID, value, the description of it. Okay, it's not necessary to have it. Maybe they have copied it from some reference user. That's why it's coming up. So Uh, let's take one parameter which is like movement type of other good, movement type in other goods movement. So this is related to material management. So probably in some screen, when you are feeding in details or processing details related to goods, okay, the movement type, which is again a functional concept, will be 64A. So the value is fixed for my user with this parameter. So it's purely functional. As a security consultant, I will get all this data from functional or the business, and we'll just assign it here. Okay, this is how it looks like. Okay, so coming back to our transaction, what we are looking here is SU01, the transaction for user management, and we are in roles tab. So in roles tab, if you have SAP roles, and you will be assigning roles here. Okay, roles can have a start and end date, irrespective of your users start and end date, which is there in logon data. So user start and end date is the user validity. So if your end date is invalid or an older one, this user cannot log in. That means the user's validity is invalid and you need to extend the validity. Suppose if the validity is of yesterday, okay, so if you want to deactivate this user, okay, let me change this value to, suppose it starts from 01 1st of Jan 2021, and I want to invalidate this user. So instead of deleting, so generally in real time, we never delete a user. You can delete a user, but in actual scenario, you do not delete a user for retaining the user information as a data retention policy. So normally you will log the user and deactivate and invalidate the user by changing the date to a previous date. Okay, so previous date would be, if today is 20th, I'll set it up to 19th. So when your valid to is still 19th, once you save it, this user cannot log in with this user ID and password, and it will show your user ID has expired. Okay, so we will also test this. We have created user. We'll test different type of users, see the feature once the tabs are explained. Okay. So we'll assign roles in the role tab. So right now there is no roles assigned. So roles will also have a start and end date. So if you have multiple different roles, so let me pull up any existing role just for example. Okay. So if you remember, we have discussed about two types of role. One concept of roles. There are multiple concepts. In one of the concept, we had two types of role. Do you recall what was the type? Two types. We had something like single. So this is one concept, and another simpler concept, or just I mean, it's quite self-explanatory. There are SAP standard roles. Okay, the term itself says SAP standard roles, means the roles which are provided by SAP. So when you purchase the product, SAP product, and install it, by default, SAP will have some roles which are already there in the system. Those are predefined, and those are known as, I mean, those are SAP standard roles. Okay, so SAP standard roles are all of this. There will be many roles. Every module that you activate, you'll have a lot of roles. Okay, roles. What is a role? Role contains various authorization, auth object, transactions. Okay, so the ones that you see here, these are all SAP standard authorization and standard roles. Okay, and generally it's a best practice to have custom roles. Custom roles are the roles that you create for your own company or client. Yeah, and the best practice normally is we should create roles either with starting with like Z, something like Z, Y, and X. Okay, so this has been a best practice. These are the three namespace to start with. So if you see in most of the companies, in the role design, the roles will either start with Z, Y, or X. So these are the only three namespace that SAP have left for customization, because all other characters starting from A till X, okay, before X, are all, you'll have some role or the other in SAP standard. So most of the SAP role will start with like SAP underscore, this is one, and it can also start with any other letters like A, B, C, D. You can see these are all standard roles. So SAP have occupied most of the letters and have left only XYZ for customer. Okay, this has been for ages. Okay, so, but there's no restriction to name it. You can create a role starting with SAP underscore as well. You can create it with anything. You can create with A, you can create with B, but it's a best practice to create with XYZ so that anybody, any third party looking into your role as an auditor or somebody looking into the system or a new consultant can easily identify which are the custom roles. So in your real-time environment, if you have access to a real-time, look into the roles, how you can see the roles. You might not have the transaction PFCG, which is for role creation and role management, but we have seen another transaction SUIM. You might have access to this, which is a reporting transaction. So you can go to SUIM. I'll show you how you can check for roles. So you can have SUIM transaction. Go to /O for a new screen, SUIM. This is a reporting transaction. We cannot do any changes through this transaction. It's for reports. There are multiple reports within it. This hive is for roles, and you can search for, say, by role name. Okay, search by role name. And if you execute, you get a lot of roles, single and composite. Okay, so these are the roles. This is the type of role. If you see, this one is a composite role with two icons. So multiple roles, part of one container is a composite role. Or composite role is it's nothing but a container containing multiple single roles. Okay, so this is a composite kind of role, and this one is a single kind of role, only one icon. Okay, this is a single, this is a composite, right? And these are the descriptions. So all these roles are SAP. There are 5,412 roles. Your system might have more or less based on how many modules are there. Do you have custom roles or not? So here in this system, most of the roles are standard. Let's see if we have any custom roles. See, these are the custom roles starting with Z. So someone have created. Okay, few I have created, few others who are using this system, they might have created. So there's Z ones. Okay, Z colon, Z underscore. These are all custom roles. Someone have created. These are not SAP roles. I mean, these are not SAP standard roles. So you can create with any name, but the best practice is to either create with Z, Y, or X. And even in this, some of the client, they create roles starting with like Z. Generally, Z will stand for single, or sometimes even Y, X for single, and most of the time Y is for composite. Okay, again, X single, and it can be master. Z, it is single and derive. These are not exactly best practice. This is what I've seen as a general practice. You can define it in any different way. You can have X for composite, Z for composite, does not matter. Okay. But X, Y, and Z, these are the three customer namespace. So any custom role should ideally start with Y, X, Y, and Z. But again, that's not mandatory. It's just a best practice. SAP standard roles starts with SAP underscore, and it also starts with A till, just leaving X, Y, and Z with all the other alphabets. So SAP I have occupied all the other alphabets. In a real-time scenario, we do not assign, you don't assign normally SAP standard role. Okay, it is ideal not to assign SAP standard role. Okay, so why the standard roles are there? So standard role is something that SAP have provided. So we always copy the standard role as a practice to a custom namespace. So let's say there is a standard role, for example, SAP underscore ABC. Yeah, and if say the name of my company is something like uh, any company, say Unilever, okay, Unilever, and I want to create a custom copy of this role, which should be usable. I'll something like Z underscore and then the company prefix and then the name of the role. You can eliminate SAP or keep SAP. Even role has a maximum number of characters. I think it's 32 or 32 characters probably. So you can skip this SAP or even keep SAP. So it becomes a copy. You can copy the standard role to a custom role and then assign the custom role to the user. So as a best practice, we should never assign standard roles to the user. Okay, because standard roles are provided by SAP. What are the reasons? Like when you do an upgrade, if there is any technical changes, the standard role will get upgraded. Okay, with new auth objects, new values, and it will hamper your existing authorization. If you copy it to your own namespace, then you can do modification on top of this. And if there's a new version, you do an upgrade or update of your SAP, it will not update the custom rules. Custom rules you have to manually manage. Okay, so every time SAP does a release, new update, stack update, SP upgrade, there are various type of upgrades. It will impact the standard rules. Okay, it can be overwritten, new versions will come up, there will be a lot of changes in the standard role, which should not impact your existing users. So if you have existing users assigned with standard role, it will impact their access. This is one of the major reasons we should not use standard roles. Okay. So the have, and then we have profiles. So we have seen two very important profiles, and you should remember these two profiles, which should not be assigned to any user, especially in production environment. And ideally not in any environment. We only don't assign. Production environment, never. SAP all and SAP new. Very common profile names. These are also SAP delivered. Okay, standard profiles. We can assign it here for test purpose. So if you assign this to, see what it says, all SAP system authorization, new authorization checks. So these two profiles will give access to all transaction across SAP. So if you just assign this to, you don't need to assign any other roles or profiles. It will give access to all transaction within SAP. So it's like a master access. So ideally, we should not assign something like this. This is like system-wide access or a complete admin access. You can do anything with this login then. Okay, I'll delete this one. Okay. Now, what is profile and roles? The difference between this, we have discussed a little bit. We'll discuss further. Profile concept was older. Roles is a newer concept, but still you can use both profiles and roles. And every time you assign a role, okay, I'll just show you an example of how we are assigning. We should not assign a standard SAP standard role, but just for example's sake, let me assign a SAP standard role, any SAP standard role. You can click here, check OK. So your validity start date for the role is from today's date, and you will get a end of date. You can change this. So if you change it to say end of this month, then this role will be valid till end of this month, but your user will continue to be valid based on what is the end date of the user itself. Okay, so we change this to end of 2021 and save it. So I have assigned a role. This will start and end date, and automatically, okay, when you do assignment of this role, let me assign another role, which is custom role. So we have seen there are multiple zeros. Searching with Z. So somebody would have created with 0. Let's pick Z something. Okay, save this. Display. Okay, so these are the two roles which are assigned. When you double click this role, this is our PFCG screen. You can see it here. Name of the program. When you're opening from the SU01, your transaction field looks different, but the look, if you see the same look, will be there in PFCG screen. This is our PFCG screen. If I go back to previous screen, you can go back with Alt tab. When you press Alt tab, you will see all the existing windows and release to open the previous tab. So this is my Z test role, the same look. Okay, PFCG. This is also PFCG. Yeah. So two roles are assigned. Going back, SU01, then sample user roles. So I've assigned two roles. One is standard, another is custom. So whatever the content is there inside these roles will be provided to this user. So all the transactions which are part of this role, this user can access. Okay. And in real-time scenario, when you're creating few custom roles, and if it has some contents, for every role that you assign, it will auto-generate a profile, and you will see profiles also getting assigned. But these roles are not properly generated. We'll see what is generation and how do we generate when we create roles in PFCG on our own. Okay, so roles and profiles. So these two tabs both are for providing authorization to a user. Next, we have groups. Now we have seen one group in logon data, user group. So this is user group for auth check, where you want to restrict with certain authorization check. Then we use user group. But there's another group which is also a user group, but this is just for segregation. Okay, so you can segregate users by groups such as, okay, super is a user group here. You can have different groups like say finance user, HR user, payroll user. This is for plain group, basically just grouping users, but without any authorization restriction. If you want to apply auth restriction, we'll assign the groups here after creating it in the system. Okay, so that's the difference between this user group and the groups tab. This group tab, because why I'm stressing on this part, it's a very common technical question, like what is the difference between the user group and logon tab and groups tab in SU01. Okay, this is just for the group tab is for grouping, grouping users, and user group in logon data is the user group for restricting user with certain authorization check. Okay. Next, we have personalization. Now, personalization is also similar to parameters, but these are specific to users' own look and feel. Even the parameters or the personalization fields are provided by functional consultant, and as a security consultant, you can assign it here. So developers and functional consultant, mostly developers, they'll be building different kinds of personalization keys and parameter keys or parameter values, and you can add it here. And then the license. Now license, first it have to be configured. Licenses in SAP is totally based on what is the contractual terms between your company, client, and SAP. So it's not a standard licensing term like other companies like Microsoft. So if you purchase Microsoft operating system, there are licenses such as Home Edition. You're using for home purpose, personal purpose, there is Windows Home Edition. Professional use, there's professional usage edition or professional version. So there's a flat fee for one copy of Microsoft Windows Professional Edition. There are server edition likewise, but in SAP, the type of user or the type of licenses totally varies based on the contract terms. What is the contract between the client or company and SAP? Okay. Some common, you can create the type of users in some licensing transaction code and assign it here. So when we assign it here, it's only for classifying the user is having what kind of licenses. Say if this user is part of a basis team, I'm applying only basis user. Okay. There can be an ID to it. Okay. If it is operational user, okay, any version, charges. So this is not something which is mandatory. Okay. And generally in licenses, you'll find types such as ERP professional. Then there is some developer license. So consultants who will be doing development, they will have separate set of authorization, and normally they have higher level of authorization for every objects. So they'll have a separate categorization. So fees are different. So if it's an operational user, the fee is less, license fee is less. A professional user, it will be higher. Developer, even higher. Okay, so this category and naming, these are all customized. It is not standard. So these values, it is only set up for this demo system. It is not SAP's term. Okay, like operational information. In your actual environment, you can set it up with some other names. But this is where we assign the classification of licenses. Okay. So this is all about SU01 various tabs. So now we'll see the login for this user. You have created the user. Let's take this user and see what are the logon scenario behaves when we log in for the first time. Okay. Any doubts so far in this SU01 master transaction?
So far, so good for me.
Okay. So this user ID is of type dialog, and I have set up a password which is welcome123, and we'll try to log in with this user ID. Okay. So EMP001. So what is the feature of a dialog user? When you log in for the first time, it will prompt for you to change the password. Okay, that is one of the feature or behavior. Okay. So if I key in welcome123, Enter. My client is 400. See, it will ask for a new password to be entered. You cannot use the first password. It's like a security feature. So as a security consultant, you are setting up user IDs with a password. Okay. So whoever logs in needs to change the password to their desired password, so that the security consultant himself or herself cannot use that user ID. Because whenever you use a user ID, if you log in from the system, everything is locked. And when you change the password, it will obviously bypass, or it will cross the first stage. And if you're giving the dialog ID to somebody else who knows about SAP IDs, easily they can figure out that the password is changed by somebody. That means someone have logged into a third person's user ID. So you should never log in normally in a real production environment. You can test the ID whether it's working or not till this stage, but don't change the password and log into the third person's ID. Okay, in an actual production environment, that is not a good practice. Okay, so let us change this password to, let's say, welcome 321. Okay, welcome 321. And the default password policy, it remembers last 3 or last 5 similar password, same password. So if you're changing your password, it should not be from last 5 password. That is a default SAP security password. So if I key in the same password, say welcome 123, it will not let me in. Okay, but now I've changed it to welcome 321. So this is one feature of dialog password or dialog type of user ID. If you have set up this ID with service, it will never ask for resetting the password, because the usage of service is different. Okay, now we are seeing dialog. So I have logged in with EMP001. And this is the first screen. Okay, I'm in the first screen, and you can see there are a few transactions which is coming up, some functional transaction. It is because of those 2 roles that we have assigned. Okay, so you can see who is the user logged in here, EMP001, and which session or which transaction I am in. So if I try to execute some security transaction here, okay, so see, you are not authorized to use this transaction because EMP001 does not have a role which contains the security transaction SU01. Okay, you will not have this ID, will not have access to any transaction that we have seen so far, all the security transaction, because it's a newly created ID and it does not have roles. Okay, does not have security roles. So I'll exit this screen. So I've logged in to show you the behavior of our dialog user ID. Now let us create another user ID, or just change the type of user ID. You can also change the type in the same one. This is my screen with user ID BEST and EMP001. It is of type dialog. Now you can either create 5 different IDs or just change the type. Okay, so instead of dialog, okay, maintenance is locked. So if you give this kind of screen, that means there is another screen which is already opened by someone with username BEST. Right? So that's my username only. You can check other screen. So this is where it is open. Maintenance. So 2% cannot edit in the same screen. Okay, you have to come out of the transaction. So in one of my screen, I have to come out of it. Okay. Let's see if there's any other screen. Display now. So that you can modify. If the same screen is logged by anybody else, you cannot modify. Okay, any transactional screen. Yeah. So instead of dialog, now I'll change it to another type, which is service. And before changing it, see here the password status. So previously it was showing as, if you recall, it was initial password. So once the end user changes the initial password and provides his or her desired password and login, it will show the password status as production. That means the account is productive, the user have logged on, and the password is active, and it's also productive. If you change it again now, it will come to again, it will become an initial password. Say if I just generate again, generated, see, it's changed to initial password and it is set by admin. It is set by me, best user. Yeah, save. If you have single sign-on implemented, okay. So if there is single sign-on, then user will not require a password, because user will just double click into GUI and the user will log in, and the credentials will come from separate authentication server. So that's a different security mechanism through which user does not require login and password. So in your general scenario, you can see you can compare similar to, say, any application that is tied up with Gmail or Google ID. If your authentication is mapped with Google ID, such as any portal nowadays, most of the website has this Facebook authentication or Google authentication. If your Gmail is open or your Gmail session is active and you open a third-party portal or website where the authentication is Gmail based, it will not ask for user ID and password. It will directly log in, right? Even say if your Google is mapped with Facebook or any LinkedIn or any such site. So if your LinkedIn is logging through Gmail, then you have an association of Gmail with LinkedIn. When you open up LinkedIn, it takes the Gmail authentication. It authenticates from Gmail server. You don't need to key in user ID and password every time you want to log into LinkedIn. That's just a similar example, not exact example of single sign-on. So yeah, so single sign-on we can implement in multiple different application, enterprise application with various types of single sign-on. Single sign-on itself is a big subject, and when you do that, you might not want user to have uh, password, access to password, and that's when you can deactivate. So if you deactivate, user will not be able to use it. So now we are manually logging in. So we'll just generate to activate.
Okay, thank you.
So generated. Fine. So now we'll try, instead of dialog, I'm changing it to service. Okay, now who uses service? So service type of user are usually used by basis admins, people who are in basis, who are working in basis, and they don't want their IDs to expire every 90 days. So dialog IDs by default, it will expire, I think, 90 or 180 days based on your password policy, but they do expire on a regular interval. Service IDs will never expire unless you give a validity date. So if you do not provide any validity date, there is no end date for a service password. Okay, it will never expire. Service password, you can log in with the password directly, and it will not ask to change the password. Okay, so let's me change it to welcome, say welcome 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, it's of service type. I'm saving it, and now I'll log in. EMP001, welcome 1 2 3 4 5, and I'm logging for the first time after it has been reset. Okay, but it will not ask me to reset again to the desired password. It will be the same password, and directly it will let me in. Okay, see. So once you have changed as an admin, it will not ask to change it, which was a security feature in dialog, because dialog is meant for end users, and end users or business users, they should change it and then use. Okay, because password will be their own credential, whereas service kind of IDs are something which is shared, or it is mostly used as a shared user ID within the basis team or administrators. So let's say there's one service ID which is used by multiple consultants, and most of the time service IDs will not have any license restriction. Those are for basically servicing the SAP or maintaining or managing SAP. Okay, this is one feature. It will not expire. Password policy will not apply. Default password policy. And another feature is you can do multiple logins. Okay, say if you have service ID, this is one screen which is open now, EMP001. Okay, I am opening another login. Welcome 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, enter. So when I log in, this is another screen. Okay, how we can see, let me open up one screen here. This does not have any transaction in it. You can see two different windows, and this is not just two screens, this is two separate login by same ID. This is one ID and this is another one. Okay, these IDs are same, and what I'm trying to show you is as a service ID, you can log on to SAP with same ID and password from multiple different systems in your same network. That service ID will allow. So one service ID can be used by multiple consultants at the same time, which is not the case for dialog, because dialog users are meant for end users. So if someone else tries to log in with a dialog ID, it will prompt that there is already a login with the dialog ID. Do you want to end that and log in, or do you want to end your own session? Service ID, because it is shared and is meant for admins, it will let multiple users. So basically it supports multiple logon sessions. Service ID supports multiple logon sessions, and dialog ID does not. That is a major difference between service and dialog. Okay, from different computer systems also you can log in, not on the same system, multiple systems. So 2-3 consultants, basis ID, basis people, they can log in to the system with the same service ID. We can change it to dialog again and see if you're trying to do multiple logon. I have logged out of all my sessions. This is my session. Let's again change this to dialog. So we have tested dialog service and seen the feature of multiple logon with service. Now I'll try to do a multiple logon with dialog. Welcome 3456. Now it is of type dialog. I've changed the password. Try to log in. This is the first login. Welcome 1234556. It likes to change the password. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it. Okay, so first session is logged in, EMP001. I'll try to log in for another session. Okay, with the same changed password. Let us see what is the message. 6, 7. So there's another login for the same credential, and when you try to log in, this is the prompt that you get. Okay. So it will prompt you that EMP, the same user, is already logged on to this client, and from this terminal, there is the like IP address of your system, when it is logged on, what is the time, from when, okay, since this time, all the date time stamp. Okay. And see the note. Note the multiple logon to production system using the same user are not part of the SAP license agreement. So dialog users will not allow multiple logon. And still, if you want to log on with the second login, okay, say person A is already logged on with the ID EMP001. Okay, and now another person B is trying to use the same dialog ID to log on. The person B gets this screen. What are the options? The option is terminate this logon. That means it will end this logon. Okay, not allow you to log in. Okay, or you can continue. Person B can continue to log in. If you continue to log in, it will end the other person's login. Okay, if you choose this option and continue, person B will log in, but A's session will get logged out. Okay, this is one option. And continue with this login without ending any other login. So if you continue with this login without ending the first person's logon, okay, this will be logged into the system. That means you are forcing two people to use the same ID, okay, whereas the default policy is for every dialog user, there will be one license assigned. Okay, so SAP reserves the right to view this information. So SAP will have a log, okay, that you have logged in with the same dialog ID twice simultaneously. Okay, you can proceed. So once you have proceeded, you're able to log in, but it will log the information, and SAP will able to see that information. And most of the time in SAP audit, they will penalize the customer or the company. So there are huge penalties for misusing your licenses or if you are not operating as per your contract. So dialog IDs are not supposed to be used for multiple logon. If you want to use multiple logon, always use service ID, which is meant for administration. Service IDs should not be assigned to business users because business users generally they will be licensed. When you're using service user, you're skipping the license term. And service users is only meant for doing maintenance of the system, managing the system, not doing any business transaction, not operating the SAP for business use. So that is the primary major difference between dialog ID and service ID. So technically also we have seen hands-on. The other type of IDs, if you create, you will not be able to log in with the user ID and password because those are meant for system and communication. These are meant for system to system or within system communications. The credentials are not used for end user login. Okay. So you can create those user on your own, try to log in, it will not allow you to log in. Create the same user or just change the user type to system and communication and use the password to log in, it will not allow. So I think I've covered in most detail all the type of users and the master transaction SU01 and all the tabs.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following are default security roles in SAP? Option A, SAP underscore new. Option B, SAP underscore old. Option C, SAP star underscore all. Option D, SAP underscore batch. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck, and type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP Security. In this course, we delve into the critical aspect of SAP security, whether you're new to SAP security or seeking to enhance your expertise. Our training covers everything from user authentication and authorization to role design and segregation of duties. Over the years, ZaranTech has empowered countless professionals with the expertise needed to protect SAP system from evolving threats. Our alumni have achieved remarkable success in the implementing robust security measures, ensuring compliance and mitigating risk within their organizations. By enrolling in ZaranTech's SAP Security Training, you'll gain insights into the industry's best practices, hands-on experience with security tools, and the confidence to address complex security challenges heads-on. Don't miss this opportunity to elevate your SAP security skills and make a tangible impact in your organization. Visit the link below to learn more about our SAP Security Training Program with ZaranTech. Secure your future in SAP Security today.
So earlier we have seen single user management where you are managing one user, like creating the user and maintaining details of that user. We'll see few more details. And so I think this line has been a confusion, like SAP is a 4-digit shortcut key. So I will rectify this one. It's not only 4-digit. The T code is not 4-digit or 4-character. Okay, it can be more or less also. Okay, I'll change this. So this is custom prepared by the LMS team. The material, the PPT. So wherever there's any issue, I'll change that. Yeah. So T codes can be lesser than 4 characters or even more. Standard T codes are provided by SAP. So here we have few T codes, which are few of them are security specific and few are ABAP. So mostly these are technical T codes. Okay, so you have business T codes or functional T codes, and there are also technical T codes. Functionality, based on the functionality, it's classified. Few T codes, again, you will see it's overlapping between basis and security practice. So few of the T codes basis people will also use, and sometimes security will also use, such as T codes like RZ10. Okay, so this is where we can set different kind of profile parameters. So most of the time the profile parameters is the responsibility of basis consultants, but again there are few security parameters also which can be maintained by security consultant, but it's a technical T code. So we'll see a lot of such T codes related to user management and role management, which are the master T codes. Okay, so these are few list of T codes which are there. We'll see most of the T codes from security perspective. SU01, we have discussed in detail about SU01. You can go through the PPT, which is a highlight. So I am quickly skipping through the slides because I'll concentrate more on the hands-on, and there are a lot to cover. So we have seen how to do a creation. We'll also see how to do a deletion and a password reset. So password reset is a very common activity, okay, where a user might have forgotten the password or probably have keyed in incorrect password 3 times and the user ID is locked, or somebody might just ask for a reset of password. So how do you reset a password? Deletion, you can obviously delete technically, but in an ideal production scenario, we normally don't delete a user. The reasons are many, like you might need to retain the user because of the data retention policy or user info retention policy of the company. And scenarios can be like a business user might have performed certain transaction which is malicious in nature, or might have done some fraud, or maybe intentionally or even unintentionally there can be some incorrect transaction done by a user, and later on probably the user or the business user have left the company. So how will you trace if the ID itself is deleted? Yeah, so we keep the user ID, and if somebody is leaving from the company, so you do a termination of that employee or deprovisioning or deactivating the ID by locking the user, setting the end validity date to an older date, and probably also deactivating the password. So that will serve the purpose. We don't need to delete the user. So we'll see how we go ahead and delete and also do a reset in SU01. So I have my server open already. I'll go back to the SAP server. We log in by my own ID. Okay. So we have created a user earlier, EMP1. For this example, I'll create another user like EMP2. So you can create straight away. With this EMP2, I wanted to show you how do you create a copy user. Okay, so many a time you will create a copy user in scenarios like, say, any user is joining the company and is same designation or same work profile as that of another user. So a new user B have joined, and the access required should be like same user as a user A. Let's say the designation is sales manager. So instead of like creating user B uh, from the scratch and providing keying all the details, you can just copy user A to B. Okay, so how do we copy? So I already have an existing user EMP 000001. This is the content of the user. Okay, and it has certain roles also. I think we assigned some demo roles. So when you copy, it will copy all the details which are there in this user, apart from few details like first name, last name. Obviously that will change. So how do you copy it? There is a copy button here, okay, or shift F5. So I'm copying from, this is from ID EMP001 to a newer ID, let's say EMP002. And what are the details that you want to copy? Okay, so by default, these are all the tabs which will get copied. You can customize that. Say, I do not want the roles to get copied. Then you can uncheck this one. Okay, or let's say I don't want the license data to be copied. You can uncheck. So by default, these are the tabs for which the data will get copied from 001 to 002, ID A to ID B. Hit copy and it will copy and create another ID. But you can see EMP002 already exists. So probably someone have created EMP002 already. So let's take some other value 005. Okay, it's creating. Yeah. So EMP005 is created. Password is not something which will get copied. So password is unique. It should be unique for all the user from security perspective. So I am setting up a password like welcome123. Okay, so this is the initial password set. Then we need to come to the address and provide the details. So you can see by default, the ID is the same as last name. You can modify as per your requirement, but last name is something which is mandated. Okay, so that's why the same user ID is autofill. So we can change it according to our requirements. So I'm just saving this. If you see the other tabs, the same info is copying from 001 to 005. So now I have two IDs that I've created in the system, S4H 400 client. Okay. So I've created another ID EMP005. Now we'll see the other operations. Like we have seen how to create, edit, display, and now we have seen copy also. Okay, how do you go ahead and delete? So before deleting, let's see how do we reset the password. Okay, so this is the option to reset the password. So if you start afresh, you are in the initial easy access screen, and someone from the company or a user, business user have requested for a password reset. So how do you do a reset? Go to SU01. Yeah. Key in the user ID. So 005 and press the change password. Okay. So here you can generate if you want to auto generate or give your own password. So I am manually entering welcome 1, 2, 3, 4 and then hit enter. So password is changed. So you can communicate the user with the new password over email or chat or whatever communication method you use. So this is how we reset a SAP account. Now there can be scenario where you want to lock a password or lock a user due to various reasons. Maybe the user have left the company and you want to deprovision manually, or due to some reason you want to lock the password, lock the ID. So there's a lock button here. Okay, so this lock is an admin lock. So you are a security admin and you are applying a lock, so it becomes an admin lock. So the ID can also be locked due to incorrect password attempts that we have seen earlier. So default password policy says if the user is trying incorrect password for 3 times, it gets locked, and that lock is not an admin lock. Okay. If the security admin is locking, then we can see it becomes an admin lock. So you can click the lock button and press lock here. Okay. So when you press lock, this ID is locked. So how you can see whether this ID is locked or not, press again the lock button and it will show locked by system manager. So locked by system manager is an intentionally locked activity done by the security consultant. Okay, so the difference is maybe in a company in a real-time scenario, there are multiple security consultants. So when they are checking the status of a user and somebody have requested for say a user, end user or a business user have requested for a reset of the password. Okay, or like unlocking the account and resetting the password. So you should always check what is the status of locking. So if the status is like locked for incorrect logon, okay, that means the user have tried the password incorrectly. Probably you can lock that and unlock and reset. Unlock is this, okay, unlock and reset. But say when you're checking for lock, it shows locked by system manager. That means the difference is someone who has the authorization to lock the user, like another security consultant, have intentionally locked the ID. Okay, so what is the reason? You should figure it out as part of your process, security process, because might be the user who is requesting have actually the company. Okay, and as per process, the account is locked. Still, the user is asking for a reset. Okay, so you might reset and give the credential to the user, and the user might be accessing some data that the user should not. Right. So this is the location where we can see the status. So locked by system manager means somebody or someone with a privilege to lock IDs, like a security admin, have intentionally locked it. So that's the message. How do you unlock? Simple. Just click here and unlock to unlock the user. So I'm not unlocking this. I'll see the details in display. So if you go to display and you go to log on data, here also it will show user is locked. So this is another location where it shows where the user is locked. Now if you want to unlock, I'm unlocking this, unlock. Okay, so you'll get a status message like this user is unlocked. Okay, go for display again. And now the user is unlocked. So when you do a unlock, it does not reset the password. Okay, so if an end user or a business user have incorrectly typed the password 3 times and it becomes it comes as a lock status, if you unlock, it will not reset the password. Still, it will retain the older password. So if the user remembers the older password, the correct old password, they can try it. Or else if the user needs a reset, you can go ahead and do a reset. So reset and locking are two separate activities. Lock and unlock, same button. Okay, so we have seen create, edit, delete, copy, lock, and change. And the last one is delete. So delete is pretty simple. So I have this ID. This is the content of the ID. I want to delete this ID. Okay, you just need to press delete. And last, for do you actually want to delete this? Yes or no for confirmation. You press yes, it will get deleted from SAP system. It's taking some time to delete. Yeah, so user EMP005 deleted. So now if you try to display, this ID does not exist because it is deleted. So these are the operations, basic operations of a user in SU01 transaction or user management. Right. So let us go back to the PPT. Okay, so we have seen creation, deletion, and password reset. So this slide talks more about SU01 transaction, what is the program running behind, and which screen. You can see the same detail if you're on a SAP screen on right hand side bottom corner that I've shown you earlier. User types, we have seen all the user type, and practically we have seen two types, dialog and service, which are used to log in. And then there are system, communication, and reference through which you cannot log in. The passwords are not for login. These two are used for user IDs for authentication within the system, within SAP system, and between two or multiple systems. Reference user is additional user, hardly used. With reference also, user also you can't log in. The use of reference user is if you're using a dialog or say service user. And earlier there used to be a limit of the number of roles or profiles that you can assign to a dialog or service user. So if your maximum number of authorization exceeds, then still if you want to assign more authorization or more role, we used to use this reference user. But this was an older concept because in newer version like S4 Hana, there is no limit of authorizations or roles that you can assign to a dialog and service user. So you will hardly see reference user being used. It was only used in very older system and where you used to have like a lot of roles assigned in one user. Logon is not possible with this user also, but this user type is still there in SAP. System and communication both are of similar nature. Communication was used to like communication between two different systems. But if you see the latest best practice from SAP, so SAP recommends for both inter and intra communication, always use system user and do not use communication user. So you'll not find this practice or this statement in any of the SAP's like training document. But if you see SAP's best practice from a consulting perspective, so they provide a lot of such updates. So that is where SAP is recommending now not to use communication user and always use system user for both intra and inter communication. Yeah, so these are the types. Details of details and differences between different types. So we have seen all this practically, whether the logon is possible or not, what types of users are using it. Like dialog users are used by business users or end users. Service user mostly used by admins, okay, or some special ID like firefighter IDs. Passwords do not expire or ID do not expire. Multiple logon is permitted in service user. System logon is not possible through GUI. Yeah. So password you can change and it's used for communication within firefighter, the term itself, firefighter, is used when you are doing a firefighting. Basically, when you are doing any emergency access. Okay, so firefighter, or in short, it is known as FF, firefighter, and in terms of SAP or other modules of SAP, there is another term like emergency access. So logically in SAP, it is same SAP user ID, but with some elevated access or higher privileges. So let's say, let's take a real scenario where there is a sales rep and there is a sales manager. So this sales rep can raise a PR or a purchase request of say till $5,000. I'm just taking an example. And there the sales manager can raise and approve. So although the raising or creation and approval is never done by the same person, if we take just the approval, so there is something like PO process from functional perspective. PO is purchase order. So when you are trying to purchase something within a company, you are procuring maybe commodity or service. So every user, every business user will have a certain threshold of the amount which can be approved by default or with his or her own logon ID. So let's say the sales rep is having lesser authorization and can have a PO automatic approved till 5K, and the sales manager level 1 can approve till say 10K, and there is another level of sales manager who can do an approval of say 25K. Now this sales representative, sales rep reports to sales manager 1, and so this is a senior sales manager, and senior sales manager 1 reports to senior sales manager. So this is like a hierarchy within your own company structure. So in some instance, let's say the sales manager 1 is on vacation. This is just an example. There can be many different scenarios where you use a firefighter. It can be technical, business, but you can remember this, like where it is used as a firefighting task or an emergency task. Now there is certain emergency where a sales rep have raised a PR and it got converted to PO, and that needs to be approved, where the amount is not below 5K, not below the threshold, and say it is for around 8K. Okay, so this 8K amount should be approved by sales manager 1, right? But the sales manager 1 is on vacation, and he or she have not delegated his authority to approve to anybody else. So in that instance, what the sales rep can do, the sales rep can use a FFID, a functional FFID, which has the authority to do an approval of till 10K. Well, because the sales rep can only approve till 5K, and if the PO is not approved, maybe there is a business impact. Okay, suppose there's a deadline, it needs to be approved within a day or two, and sales manager is not there. Okay, this is just a scenario to explain where to use FFID. So sales rep cannot use their own ID. Instead, they will use a firefighter ID.
Thank you.
Fine. So you have firefighter ID practically in GRC module, one of the GRC module, which is an advanced module called access control. So GRC stands for governance, risks, and compliance. So there is a product in SAP which covers governance, risks, and compliance from access perspective. That is known as SAP Access Control. So it's like an advanced version of next level of security. So somebody with SAP security background or even FICO background, finance or controlling, or even audit background with SAP in SAP landscape, it's very natural to like go for the next module, which is SAP Access Control. So within SAP Access Control, you will have couple of sub modules. So one of the module is FF or Emergency Access Management. There are 3 more. So total there are 4 like sub modules. 4 sub modules or component. It's a component or some modules. So this is a different training and course code altogether. So technically FF needs to be configured and then used. Who does the configuration? SAP security and a GRC consultant. So somebody with a GRC access control know-how. With a module expertise for FF or EM, will do the configuration, will implement. Who is going to use it? The end business user can use it. Even the technical consultants can use it based on how it is configured and what is the purpose. Okay. So it's like an emergency ID. So the context was service IDs. Mostly, if you see this service ID, the basis admins will have service ID. SAP security consultants can have service ID, and some of the special IDs like firefighter ID will be of type service, because you won't want those firefighter IDs to change their password often or to have a password expiry concept altogether. It will not change. So that's why it's better, or it's actually mandate to have firefighter IDs as service ID. System users. So we have seen system users, but we have not created. You can just convert any user by choosing in SU01 as system. So did any of you tried creating system user and trying a logon? So you can try that on your own. Try to log in with the system type of user. It will not let you log on because system users are not supposed to be logged through GUI, through GUI. Yeah. So try that as part of your hands-on practice. The more you practice, you'll get to know better and get used to the SAP environment. Yeah. So system users, then we have communication. Both are of quite similar kind of usage. We should not use communication users nowadays. Better to use system user. Both can be used for external RFCs also. RFC stand for request. Sorry, this RFC is SAP based RFC, remote function calls. So when you are communicating between 2 different systems, how the authentication will take place. So there are internal RFCs and external RFCs. External RFCs are used for communication between multiple systems, 2 different systems or external systems. And that's when we use authentication type, user authentication type as communication. RFCs for both internal and external, you can use system, not necessarily that you have to use communication type. So SAP have enabled system also to be used both for internal as well as for external. Okay. So this concepts, a few concepts are old. The newer concept is system user can be used for all this purpose. Internal RFCs, any background processing, as well as external RFCs. Okay, so communication user is something that which is redundant. Okay, reference user. We present from the same slide. Okay, so single user management. So in single user management, why it's mentioned as single user management? So we'll also see multiple user management or mass user management. So say there's a scenario where you need to create multiple users. Say a lot of users are joining your company. Say a batch of interns are joining your company, or there are a couple of users who are joining a particular department. So if you are creating users one by one with SU01, it's quite time consuming. So why not create all the user IDs in one go? Okay, so in that way you will save a lot of time and effort. So there are transactions for doing mass user creation also. So that's why it's mentioned as single user creation here. So we'll see mass user as well. There is another transaction similar to SU01, which is SU01D. D stands for display. So sometimes you can provide, or you'll be providing SU01D to even functional consultants to see the content of a user. But you never provide SU01 to other like functional consultants or other departments, because it enables editing, like changing the content of the user master data, deleting the user, or doing any changes to the user. So SU01 is always with SAP Security Consultant. 01D is for display. It will not enable you to do any edit. So we'll see how SU01D looks like. So I'm in the initial screen, and suppose you have provided SU01D to a functional consultant who just want to check like what are the roles assigned and how are the users set up in the system. Okay, and you don't want the functional user to do any changes to user. Okay, so if you go to SU01D, SU01D, D stands for display. You can see there's only one button here, display icon. So there's no other button for like deleting and editing or doing copy, nothing. So it's only display, and when you hit display, you'll be only in the display screen. So the functional user or other user can display the content but can't do any edit. Yeah. So this is very handy where you want to give the authorization to somebody who should not be editing user master data. Okay, SU01D. Fine. So we have seen most of the tabs. I mean, we have seen all the tabs and all the functionality within SU01, 13 different items. You need to explore all this, do on your own, like check all those tabs, see what are the details you can fill in, and then you'll get a hang of the transaction. The next part is SU10, which is the mass transaction. So I was talking about the mass transaction. So this is the transaction SU10 through which you can do multiple user creation. You can make changes to multiple user and do all sort of edits. So this is also a critical transaction because you can make changes to user master data at a mass level. So let's go back to SAP screen and see SU10. So single user management is SU01 and mass user management is SU10. Okay. Very simple. So when you go to SU10, this is how you see the screen. There's also a big transaction. There are a lot of functionality within this. So we'll see the basic functionality like how to create mass user, how to change data or user master data of multiple users. So now I already have a user like EMP001. When you key in the user ID and press enter, if the username resolves, that means this user ID exists. Now, if I key in some other user ID like EMP005, which is not there in the system because we have deleted this ID. And when you press enter, it will not show any details in the full name. That means this ID does not exist. Okay. I'll start afresh SU01 and we'll try to create a couple of users. Okay. So let me take a copy of like few user. We can use some other pattern instead of EMP. Let's say I'm using a pattern such as even EMP is fine, or say EMP underscore. Okay, another pattern EMP underscore 100. And I want to create multiple IDs, like 10 different IDs. So these are my employee IDs. So 10 users are going to join. So I need 10 different IDs in SAP to be created. So instead of creating one by one, I'm going to create in one go. Okay. Let's go back to our SU10 transaction. Okay, I'll just copy paste it here. Press enter. So when you press enter, it will not resolve the full name because these IDs are not there. So how do you create it? This is the create button. Create F8. Click on create. Okay, and it will pop up the same similar tabs from SU01 in SU10. So these are the tabs which you can modify. Like what type of user is it? It's a dialog user. Do you want to give a valid start date? Let's say it's today's start date and it's still end of 2021. You can provide other details like all these tabs, defaults. Want to change anything? So we'll change to this form, parameters, and most especially the roles tab. So roles is something which you will assign very commonly. Now, if you're assigning a role here, this will be assigned to all these 10 users. So if they belong to the same department, same work profile, probably you can assign one role which is common across all these users. But how about if the access is different for all these users? Then you cannot do a mass assignment. Only the common ones you can assign. You can create a user, assign the common role, and if there any other role which is different among the users, you have to go back to SU01 separately and assign the specific roles. Okay. Suppose out of this 10 users, 5 users are from finance department and another 5 are from HR department. So HR and finance roles are different. So if you assign it here, it will get assigned to all the users. So now I'll just pick up a sample role, a test role, to be assigned to all these users. Okay, so we had some existing zeros like Z test. Yeah. So I'm just choosing one role in order to assign to all these 10 users. Now this role is assigned. When you hit save, it will give a log saying all these users are created, the roles are assigned. Okay. Save for saving the users. So you'll get a log here. These are the IDs. If there's any error, it will also show the error details and error code. Okay, so all these users are created with as mass usage change, and this is the detailed log which shows, okay, the logon data of this user is changed, the password is changed. Now you'll get an automated generated password which is done by SAP. So you would have seen there is no password screen in SU10. If you go to, let me go to a separate window of SU10 with /o. And if I open up any existing ID, say AMP001, which is an existing user, you can go for an edit. There's no option. When you go to edit, there's an option of generating password, but there's no field for keying a password. Okay, can you tell me why? It's like very simple logic. So in SU10, we don't have a password field to enter password manually, even for multiple users. So if I go back and let's say I'm choosing another user which is already created and go for edit, still there is no password field to enter as an administrator. I cannot change the password manually. What can be the reason? So password is something, it should be unique and it's private to every user, right? If you know the password of other user, you can easily log in with the others user ID and password. So password is unique to every user. Because we are creating multiple IDs and ideally it should not be of same password. So SAP have not provided any feature to enter password manually. And if you auto generate, SAP will generate it automatically, but the passwords, if you see, the passwords are different for each and every ID. So we'll go back to the previous screen where all the IDs are created. So you can take a copy of this, just highlight and press Ctrl+C. And I'll paste this in Excel. So I can paste it here. I think the copy paste function will not work from the server. Oh, that's okay. So this is the first ID. The details of the ID EMP100, and this is the password. Okay, this is the password for EMP_100. And if you see the password of EMP_101, this is another auto-generated password which is completely different. So SAP will create the auto-generated, it will generate automatically, but the passwords are different. So you can communicate passwords individually to the user as per your communication policy. Okay, so this is the, yeah, that was the correct reason, Anthony, that it's basic security concept that password should not be similar. Fine. So let's go back to SU10 screen. So we have created 10 different IDs through SU10. If you open up a new screen in SU01, now we have created EMP_100 till 110. You can display the content of EMP100 to 110 here. Say display. So when we go to display, these are the details. Now, obviously, the first name and last name will vary for all these users. You cannot update like the first name and last name there. You have to update that manually here in SU01. Okay. And if I want to assign a separate role apart from Z test, which is specific to this user, you can assign it here. So SU01 will enable you to assign the specific authorizations for the user or any user specific master data, say the email. Email will vary. So all the users will have their own email ID. So it's not something which is common. So only the common features or the common tab and common information are there in SU10. Right? So let's see what are the other important things that we can do through SU10. So we have created 10 different users. Now, if we take up the same 10 users, we can also do mass edit. Okay. So I want to add an additional role for all those 10 users. Okay. That is also pretty simple. So this 10 users are there in the system now. So if you press enter, the full name will get resolved. Okay, so it's reflecting the full name. Now you can do edit. Okay, and I want to assign a new role or do some other changes in the user master. That is possible. The users already have an existing role, Z underscore test. So that will not show here, but you can add or remove the existing role. You can remove or add a new role. So suppose I'm adding a new role and it will be added to all the 10 users. Okay, I'm just picking up any random role. Probably it's a SAP role, not an issue. Yeah, so ideally we don't assign SAP role in real environment. Okay, assign, and you can make other changes also. Suppose I want to change the valid to date. Okay, so we need to click on change here and then choose the valid to date. So let's say I want to change this to 2025 from whatever the previous date was. Okay, then click on save. Your changes will be saved for all the 10 IDs. Yeah. So if you see the detailed message, so a new role is added to the user and logon data is also changed. So we can go to SU01 and check any of the users whether the change is effective. So I want to go into SU01, EMP100 and display the content. So logon validity is changed to 2025 with the additional role. This is the second one. Okay, so this is how we can do mass user creation and changes. SU10. Now this same SU10, there are a few more important features like you can lock mass users. There's option to lock. So let's say there are multiple users. So in a real scenario, you will have a lot of users. Maybe it's a large organization. So many employees will be joining every month and few employees will also be leaving every month. So if you are doing a manual deprovisioning of those users or terminating those users, so either from HR team or based on whatever kind of process you have, security team will receive the list of users who have been terminated or employees who have left. So how do you lock all those users? Obviously, you can lock manually in SU01. Go to SU01 one by one, lock them. Or if you have those IDs, if you can retrieve the IDs, just copy paste those ID. So pick up those ID. Let's say first 5 IDs have left the organization. Go to SU01, paste the same ID and press in lock. Okay. So when you press lock, all these IDs are locked now with the admin lock. Okay. I am going back. So in lock, there are few other options. So if you're doing lock, you can also do unlock, mass unlock. You can also do mass unlock. So now the lock is changed from lock to unlock for all these 5 IDs. And there is a global lock unlock also. Okay. So what is this global? We'll come to this setting later because it's related to a concept known as CUA. Okay, the term is CUA, which is Central User Administration. So if you have Central User Administration in place in your landscape, this term is very commonly used in SAP. Landscape is your complete environment of all the SAP systems. So if you have multiple SAP systems, that becomes your SAP landscape. Like say you have HR system, you have a ECC or S4 H system. Okay, then say you have BI related system for analytics. So overall, it becomes a SAP landscape. Okay. So if you have a CUA or central user administration configured, that's when anything related to child system will come into play. So right now this is not relevant for users for the local system, the same system that you're in, S4H 400 client. This is how we do a mass lock and unlock. Okay. Similarly, you can do a reset or change password. So obviously, when you change password, it will be an auto-generated one, not the manual one. Okay, so we are in SU10, and there are a couple of buttons or tabs within it, like address data, authorization data, and logon data. So why these are for? You can choose users or you can pick up users based on all this criteria. So if you do not have the existing list of users that you want to edit or do any changes, we can also get into this tab and filter data according to our requirement. Okay, so let's say I got into this screen, and this screen is a subset of, if you see the transaction, it is RS-USR 002. This is the program, and the master transaction is SU10. So there's always a program associated with every transaction. And there's a report program. R usually stands for like a reporting program, and it's part of another reporting master transaction, which is SUIM. We have seen that earlier, but we'll see that again. SUIM stands for SAP User Information Management. Okay, so you can pull up information related to all users, roles, authorization from this transaction. So SUIM have a lot of reports within it. It's like a master transaction. And this report, user by complex selection criteria, is a subset of SUIM. So let's see an example how you can pull up information based on different criteria. So say I want to log or do some edit for users which are starting with E and followed by anything, say start. Okay, so any user ID which is starting with E followed by star, I want to select and fetch it in my SU10 and do some edit. So when you execute, you'll get all the users with starting with E. Okay, so I have my EMP_100. So these are the ones that we have created because it starts with E. And you can see there are a few more users also which are being picked up because those also starts with E. So this is one criteria. Okay, so if you do not have the list of users, ready list of user, and you want to fill SU10 or you want to do edit based on certain criteria, you can pick up that criteria, select all those users by clicking here select, and when you apply, all these users will be transferred to the SU10 screen. So if I click on to apply, those users will be transferred here in my SU10 screen. And now I can go ahead with doing some edits. Let's say I want to change or maybe add a additional role. Okay, I'm adding another role, some C role. C test new. Okay, so this is my new addition to all these users, which is starting with E, and click on save. So this new role is added to all these users. So that is why we have this tab. So you can search by various authorization values, different patterns. Suppose you want to search for users and fill SU10 with all the users which are of type service. Okay, so you can provide all these different criteria. Maybe users who are valid from a certain date to a certain date. Okay, or users who are already locked by administrators, or you want to check for users who are of type dialog, and this users who have logged themselves, okay, because of incorrect logon attempt. So you want to extract those users with this kind of criteria. So that is why we have users by complex criteria. Similarly, if you want to check with user data, okay, this is another criteria or setting, or even by logon data. Okay, so this buttons or tabs are for fetching data based on users from different criteria, and then you can transfer those list of users to your SU10 and then do the edits or the changes, locking, unlocking, delete, or whatever. Okay, fine. So that's all about SU10. Now let us see another transaction, which is SUIM, which is a very important transaction from reporting perspective. And many a time you'll be using that transaction to extract information related to user roles, profiles, and any changes to the users. A lot of things, any details related to user or role can be extracted. And it is also used for a lot of authorization related troubleshooting. Okay, SAP User Information Management. So this is the Gnostic T code. You start with /n SUIM, and this is how it looks like. There are many hives within this. So you have to explore all of this to get a hang of it. And it has many reporting different kind of combinations to extract your data based on your requirement, what you're trying to figure out. So I'll show you a couple of those reports. So it's in a hive structure. So we are in SUIM user hive or the user reports. So if you get into user, you can extract information based on user related information. If you want to get into roles, you can extract data based on role related information. So let me show you one of the criteria or criteria of selecting the user data. So just now we have seen users by complex selection criteria report. So this is where the actual report is users by complex selection criteria. So if I want to search say users with certain pattern of user ID, so you can use this one. So there can be multiple different ways to search. Depends what criteria you key in. So I want to search IDs by user ID. So hit onto this execute, and then this is my selection criteria. So I can select users based on user, group for authorization, or user group, the general user group, not the authorization one. So say I want to search the similar pattern users starting with EMP, okay, followed by underscore, and then any characters. Execute this, you will get the list of users, which is of this pattern. Okay, so this is how you search from SUIM. Now, if I want to search the list of users by role, so I want to search for users who have been assigned the role, like we have seen a role Z underscore test. Okay, so I'm searching for all the users which are assigned with Z underscore test. Okay. So you're getting same list of users because this users have Z underscore test. Let's take the example of some role. So we have assigned another role like Z test new. You can select and copy from here. I'm back into SUIM screen, user selection, users by complex selection criteria. I'm selecting by role Z test underscore new, execute. Now I'll see few more users. So earlier we have assigned it to a couple of more users like ENG test, Z test user. So this is the list which I got based on my selection criteria. So this is how within I'm clicking F3 or back. So if you 3 back, F3 or even up, you will go to previous screen. So we are in slash SUIM. So you can search for user info from user hive, and there are multiple different ways that you can search. Criteria, you need to specify what is your criteria. You can also search by role assignment, different kind of roles, profiles, name of the roles, the way it is assigned to the users. And similarly, we have many other options as well. Okay, so you can explore all the reports within this. These are important, and uh, the more comfortable you get all this transaction, it is easier to troubleshoot in case of any authorization issue. Okay, so out of this tab, one of the report is the last one is a little different. It's called change documents. Now, change documents stands for like any changes which has been done with a user or a role, within a user or a role. You can pull up those changes, you can pull those information from the system. Okay, any changes to a user or any changes to a role. So let's see how to extract that kind of information. So if you go to change document, user, uh, so let's say I want to search for changes done for a user. Okay, so which user? Um, let's pick up any user. So we have EMP 100. Yeah, let's take EMP 100. So I want to check what are the changes done to this user from a particular date. You can choose a date, or say you can check for last 1 week changes, okay, or even last 1 month changes, or even a year changes. So this will change the date, or you can choose your own date and time. So this is a back date and timestamp from when you want to check till which date. So that's the duration. And what are the changes that was done to this user? Now, what kind of changes do you want to see? Okay, I want to see what are the roles assigned to this users. So I can choose for roles. Okay, so this selection criteria, how do you interpret? I'm searching for any changes done to this user from this date timestamp to this date timestamp. Okay, and what changes I'm looking for? I'm looking for any role assignment changes. So this report, if I execute, it will give me all the roles which are assigned or unassigned to this particular user. Okay, so this is my selection criteria. Click on execute and it will generate a report. Okay, so let's see what the report says. So it's very important to interpret this report as a security consultant, because when you do troubleshooting, you have to be well versed with SUIM, very common transaction. So EMP 100, this is the ID, you have the date stamp. So in this particular date stamp, this user ID, this is my user ID, have changed. So see, this is how you get the logs. So if you want to check who have assigned a particular role or have deleted a role, who have done the changes, this is the location from where you can check. Okay, so SAP records all the data, who have done the changes, who have executed transaction. If your system is configured properly, auditors or even security consultant can pull up detailed information about who have done what. Okay, so this ID BEST have done changes to EMP underscore 100 and have added a role Z underscore test, okay, in this timestamp by using which transaction? SU10 is the transaction. Okay, then another role, another timestamp, and this is the last row, SU10. Okay. So this is how you get the report for changes. So commonly it is known as change document. So you can also search by, suppose if you want to search for multiple users. So let me take a couple of users, 100, and we had what, 101. I can also search for a pattern. So I want to search for all the users starting with EMP underscore star. Okay. And I don't want to check for role assignments. Let's say I want to check for when the user was created. Okay. Or whether there is an admin lock set. Okay. And whether there was any validity period changes. So I'm checking for these three values. Okay, this is my selection criteria. Execute. So you'll get a report for that. So EMP 100, this is the date time stamp, who have done the changes, and what are the changes, what was the old value, what is the new value. Okay, and with which T code it was done. If there was a lock, when it was a lock, who have locked it, what kind of lock, whether it was admin lock or not an admin lock. So all these changes are recorded and you can see from change document. So there can be multiple ways to visit a change document. A common way is to get into SUIM and go to the last report, change documents, and then look at, you can search for by user or even by role assignment or other reports. Okay. Another way to get into change document is if you are in SU01 transaction and say you have selected a particular user. Okay. So if you're already in SU01 and your ID is keyed in whichever user you are going to check, the other way that you can select is go to the menu information and look for change document for users. So it will directly take you to the change document for users report for this user. Okay. So it is the same report. So if you want to see the exact report name, it's RS-USR100N. Okay, this is the detailed report. So let us note this down, RS-USR. So you don't need to remember this report name or program name. But if you want to execute the report directly through a transaction, you can also execute this directly. Okay, I'll show you later on how we can execute a program without going into a transaction. You can execute a report program directly also. Okay, so there can be multiple ways to get into a screen like SUIM. So one way is going to SUIM, go to change document, then search for the user. Or if you're already in SU01 with the user ID, you can go for information tab and get into change documents. Same screen. And let's say I want to search for a few other details, maybe details related to locks. Or suppose if I want to check for all the details for users, you can select all. So if you select all the options are selected and choose a date time stamp. Let's say for last 1 week. Okay, execute. So this is your selection criteria in the first half. Okay, so first half of this screen shows the selection criteria, and then this is the report with proper timestamp. So all the user related details, when the user was created, okay, and what was the user type, when was the password changed, any validity changed. Okay, so all this information comes up. So we have created this user today only, so you can see all the timestamp for today and with which T code. Okay, so if later on somebody changes, try to change all these users in the weekdays, do some changes with your own ID. Then you will see the changed by for the newer logs will be your own ID. And suppose if you're changing with SU01, then the corresponding T code will be SU01. If you change with 10, then it will be SU10. So SAP logs all this information, and as a security consultant, this is how you can look for changes related to users as well as roles and profiles also. So when we see how to like create role, manage role, then we'll also see changes related to roles. Like if somebody have updated the role, made any changes to role, how to check. It is the same section, which is master transaction being SUIM, change document. So instead of user, we can also look for role changes or profile changes. So that we will see later on when we do the role management part. Okay. So these are all reports. It's read only. So if you hit any of these reports, it just generates the report from SAP tables and give you the report. It will not make any changes. So SUIM is a read-only transaction. It does not make any changes. Okay. So SUIM is sometimes provided to functional consultants also because they can extract information related to users, role, and probably do some analysis for their requirement. Okay. So yeah, that's all about SUIM. So I would suggest all of you to go through, there are many reports, go through all this and try to search with different kind of combination and see if you are getting the desired result. Okay, and try creating users, assign some random role, and do all the report extraction through SUIM. Yeah, so we have seen SUIM and extracting information from users. Role information you will see later when we do the PFCG and role management. Mass user management, we have seen SU10, which is mass user management. It's just showing the navigation where you can go into SUM, SU10 transaction. And what are the updates that you can do with SU10? Okay, so another topic is our default user and clients. So do you recall like we had something like clients, and right now the system that we are logged into is S4H400. And we have discussed that we can have clients starting from 000 till 999. Okay, so the client that you log in right now, the demo client is 400. So we can have clients starting from 000 till 999. So what are these clients? Clients are logical segregation within a SAP physical instance. Okay, so the data remains in the same database server, but when you log in, the data that you see in SAP will vary based on client. A simple example is if you create a user in say S4H client 100, that will not be visible in S4H 400. So there are some data, most of the data is client dependent. It is specific to that client number. And there are some data which is also cross client, or those kind of, there are some data which are same across multiple client. Okay, so there are few clients which are important to know about, which are default clients. Okay, so let's discuss what are those clients. So when SAP delivers the application and you install that application, there are a couple of default clients which are there. One being 000. It is also known as a golden client or reference client. So all these standard SAP tables, SAP contents are there in 000 client. So ideally, we should not be using 000 client for any of the production use or even development use. So 000 client, say S4H 000 for our instance, is not used. It will be with basis team and they will use it as a reference to copy any existing data, existing SAP table or existing functionality. So this is SAP Basis Consultant's responsibility to create a custom client and hand it over to the functional business or technical consultants. So when you copy client from one to another, so it's like copying data from one client to another, that is known as client copy, which is also a basis consultant's responsibility. So there are few existing client like 000, 001 and 066. 001 is like a template which is used for copying client from SAP to a client specific or company specific client number, a logical segregation. 066 is a client which is used by SAP themselves to monitor your SAP server. So if you want SAP to monitor, or there are provisions for SAP to remotely log in and monitor, and even without remotely login, they can get a lot of performance-oriented data and technical data, which is also known as SAP support. So this is the client that they use, 066. It's also known as early watch client. So this three client should not be used for any development work, development quality or production work. These are the default clients which SAP will provide in any environment. So what other client you will use? Probably basis consultant will create a client and give it to you for uses such as client 100. So if your SID or system ID, let's say instead of S4H, so there's a company by the name ABC. So in the SAP landscape, I want to create a ECC system, which is a production client. I can name it something like, say, ECC 100. So ECC becomes my, or even ABC 100. Yeah. So ABC is the company name and the 100. 100 is the client number. Okay. If you have multiple systems, you'll find some naming convention like starting with, suppose P. P is for production, and you name it as say P10. So SID can be numeric as well. Okay. P10 100 clients. Okay, this is the production client. Then for quality, suppose Q10. This is the quality client, and similarly for development, we have dev 100. So three clients in three different SID. Okay. Any logical segregation? No, these are three independent systems because your SID is varying. Okay, if you see it is of same SID. So suppose if I have another P10, so that same SID, same system identifier with a different client number. Okay, so P10 becomes the same physical SAP system or SAP. It has two logical segregation, 100 and 200. So suppose 100 you are using for say training purpose. So P10 is not the ideal one because P is for production. So ideally production should be one. Let's take an ideal example like a development system. Okay, this may be little critical to understand for initially for people who do not have a SAP background, but consultants or people who are already using SAP in some form or the other, they are very much aware of the clients. But folks who are new to SAP, this is a little different concept. You do not have this kind of client concept in, say, Oracle, Microsoft, or other ERP systems or other applications. So this is a little different. So if you use multiple system, try logging into a different system in your actual environment, then you, okay, how does it differ? So I have a development system D10, okay, that is the system identifier. And let's say I have another client D10, and the logical segregation is 100 and 200. Suppose 100 for training purpose, and let's say 200 is used for coding or development. Suppose this is used for development training. So any development related training will be done in this clients. So new trainees or new developers will get access to this. They will do all the training stuff here in this client. So you do not want the training changes or training activities to be overlapping your actual coding. So this is your actual coding or development environment. So you can have multiple other clients also based on requirement. Let's say I have another client which is meant for whatever is your usage. Suppose this is for the trainers. This is a client for training. So trainer will have a dedicated client for his or her own template or trainers preparation, preparing various activities. So your company or your environment, SAP landscape have provided the trainer a dedicated client to work with. So the data that you change or whatever you do will not overlap unless and until the data is cross-client. So in SAP there will be tables or data which can be cross-client, and there are data which is client independent. Okay. So wherever you see, if you're doing some changes and you see a pop-up which says the data is cross-client, you have to be very sure about it, that what you are changing, because it can impact not only one client, it can impact like multiple clients. So if you're doing any changes in a dev system which is meant for training, and a pop-up shows that the changes that you're going to do is cross-client, that means the change that you do in 100 will also make the changes available in 200 and 300. Okay, so there are some data, some SAP tables which are cross-client, and general data or table are client dependent. That means, say, if you create user creation is client dependent. So if I create a user, suppose EMP 100 in D10 100, it will not be created in this system. This is a different system altogether, although it's logically segregated. Physically, it is the same SID, same SAP instance with a different client ID. So if you create a user, which is client dependent activity, this user ID will not get created here. Okay, so if you want to create this here, you have to create it separately. Log into this system and then go into SU01 and create this ID. Okay, so this is the basic concept behind clients in SAP. So how many of you are like comfortable? I think most of you who have ever worked in SAP will be very comfortable with client. Just to know who all are aware of, I think Shruti, Pamela, and we had another candidate who have worked in FI, right?
Yeah, I did. Patrick, I have a FI. Yes.
Okay, you're also in FI. Okay. I think yesterday someone else had joined. She was also from FICO background. Okay, fine. For others, is it new for you? How about Felix, Anthony?
Yeah, it's new. It's new to me.
Okay. Okay. So it's nothing critical. Just that the concept is unique from SAP perspective. And let me know if the concept is clear. The more and more you work with SAP system, it will get more clearer. Okay. So these are the client concept, and by default, in this slide, what has been explained that there are 3 default clients which are provided by SAP, and it is there in every SAP landscape. We do not use this client for your day-to-day operations. You will be using separate client apart from this 3 client, like the one we are using, 400. Okay. So similar to default clients, there are few default users. So these are the list of default users. Okay. So when you install, when basis consultant will install SAP, so you will have couple of default users. These are the user name or the user ID. One being SAP. It's not SAP. It should be like SAP Star or SAP Asterisk. And then you have DDIC, SAP CPIC. So these are the details of the user and which all client they are present, and these are the default password that SAP have already defined for these users. Okay, so it is good to know from security perspective is in a real-time environment, you would want few of these IDs, if they are not in use, to be in lock status, and you can change the password and store it in a secure way. Because if you have this users activated, few users, obviously it will be active. Even if it is active, it is always good to reset the password. Similar to, let's say, the example of a Wi-Fi router. So you might be using Wi-Fi router at home or office. So for every Wi-Fi router that you're using for Wi-Fi internet has a default username and password, which is very easy to explore if you are just searching over the internet for a particular brand. Let's say brand for a Cisco router or a Netgear router, you'll get the default ID and password. And normally it's like admin is the user and password PASSWRD is the password. Okay. So if a third person, somebody else knows the credential, it becomes easier to exploit the system or hack the system. So in same concept, in line with same concept, if you have the existing IDs which are required, you can have the ID but change the password. Or ideally, if the users are not used, certain users will be used. Like early watch is a user which is used by SAP to do the monitoring. So you will require this user ID to be active. SAP Star, you might not require. You can deactivate this ID, create a separate ID, same as that of SAP Star, and change the password, retain in a secure way, and it will be retained by a basis manager or somebody heading the basis team. Okay, so the idea is to secure the default users from security perspective and be aware that there are default users in SAP. There's another transaction which we have seen earlier for user group creation, but we will see how to execute and create in the system, which is for creation of user group. So in SU01, you can assign user group to a user, but you need to have the user group created first. So this is the transaction. So let's see how to create user group. So I'm in my SAP screen. The transaction is SUGR or SAP user group. Okay. So user groups are for segregating users according to different groups, the groups that you create. Let's say I want to create a group for payroll. So all the payroll will be part of payroll group. Okay, all the payroll user. Or suppose I want to create a group which is for trainees. Okay, so all the trainees can be part of a user group training. So key in the name, hit on to new. Okay, so you can create it here, and you can also assign Either you can create and just keep it. This is the full text. Full text is for the description. User group training. So if there are IDs already there and you want to select them, you can select it here. They'll be automatically tagged, but you can do this later on as well. Press enter, you get resolved, save. Okay. So user group is created. You can get into display and see which are the user IDs now. Tag to this user. And if you want to see the details of the content of the user, go to SU01 and display. Okay. So there are two sections. One is the user group for authorization check and another is group. So when you are assigning there, it will be assigned in the groups tab, which is for segregation. So this is plainly for segregation. Whereas the one in logon data, okay, it is for segregation, but it will also enforce some authorization check. So when we see role management and auth object, then we will see more about how you can assign the authorization group here and what is the relevancy. So now what we have seen is how do we create user group, how do we tag or assign a user to the user group. You can do it here, or you can also do it in the SU01 transaction. Both works fine. Okay. Go back. It also have options for like edit, go into display mode, or even delete the user group. Yes, plain and simple transaction.
All right, let's test your knowledge. And here is a question for you. Which authorization object class is used to restrict access to transaction in SAP? Option A, authorization objects class T. Option B, authorization objects class D. Option C, authorization objects class A. And option D, authorization object class B. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. So good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP Security. In this course, we delve into the critical aspect of SAP Security, whether you're new to SAP Security or seeking to enhance your expertise. Our training covers everything from user authentication and authorization to role design and segregation of duties. Over the years, ZaranTech has empowered countless professionals with the expertise needed to protect SAP system from evolving threats. Our alumni have achieved remarkable success in the implementing robust security measures, ensuring compliance and mitigating risk within their organizations. By enrolling in ZaranTech's SAP Security Training, you'll gain insights into the industry's best practices, hands-on experience with security tools, and the confidence to address complex security challenges heads-on. Don't miss this opportunity to elevate your SAP security skills and make a tangible impact in your organization. Visit the link below to learn more about our SAP Security Training Program with ZaranTech. Secure your future in SAP Security today.
Authorization structure in a company. Why do we require authorization structure, and what is authorization structure? So in any company, whichever company, firm, organization you are working, obviously there will be certain kind of hierarchy, right? So here you can see there's a hierarchical design which says board, and then you have different departments like PA, accounting, there'll be multiple other departments. So for every such departments, there are SAP modules which are working, there are SAP business functions which are working. So users within the company, they are in different levels of that hierarchy. So in the board level, probably there are CEOs, CFOs, and all CXOs basically, and then you will have head of all the various departments. Similarly, in the lower level, you'll have different employees and different designations. So within SAP landscape or within SAP system, how do you manage the access level? So user IDs will identify each unique user in SAP. But in order to provide right amount of access, we need to design and assign appropriate access level. So obviously, we won't want any user who's at a lower level, such as, let's say, or a base level, such as somebody working on an accounts receivables department, probably a clerk or a representative, somebody who is at a base level, should not have higher level access of somebody like a financial controller or maybe a CFO who is at the board level, right? So we need to have different levels of access and basically a design in the access. That's where profile and roles comes into play. Now, what is a role? We have already discussed this, but this is a little bit more in detail. So it's nothing but a container, or it's a mechanism through which you are assigning different set of authorizations, T-code, reports, and many more things which are assigned via a role to a user. So if you create a user ID, which we have seen, we can create users by SU01 and SU10. If you have the credentials for that user, that is the user ID and password, you can log into the system, but that user cannot perform any activity. Okay, when I say perform any activity, basically the user ID cannot execute any transaction. Why? Because there is no role which is assigned to the user. So in order to do some activity within SAP system, obviously a role is required. Now what goes inside the role is designed by security consultant. But while you are designing, all the inputs for designing that role is taken from like the current business team, basically the business and functional consultant. But who develops the role? It is the security consultant. And even the assignment is done by security consultant. So you might have seen there are two very common terms which is used in SAP environment or even in other environments like implementation and support. Okay, so support is for a landscape where the consultants are supporting the landscape. Basically, things are in place, all configuration and design is in place. You are doing day in, day out support, such as with respect to role management, it can be assignment of role. So a user requires certain privileges, access. Security consultant does the security support. Yeah, what can be the part of support activity? Assignment of role, unassignment of role, creation of user, uh, changing user details, doing any update. But if you're working on an implementation project with respect to security, then you would have topics such as designing or development of roles, where you design and develop. So you should understand this sort of activity will not be done day in, day out. It's something which is done either when a company is getting set up or a new department is coming up, or probably acquisition which is happening, or maybe a country rollout. So usually when a new business function or new area of business is going to start with SAP or start using SAP, then only you go ahead with the implementation with respect to security. Now, similarly, for every functional area, there will be implementation as well as support. So consultants in SAP space, when they work in larger projects, it's clearly demarcated either it's an implementation or it's support. Many a time it can be both, where you do a little bit of implementation and also support work. So people who are not from SAP background, this is like for you to understand if you are going for a new job, or the pattern of job or the requirement of job might be that most of the time it can be for support, or usually support projects. Basically, support projects are more and implementation projects are less. Why? Because new companies coming up or new departments getting rolled out will obviously be lesser, and existing systems or existing companies which are using SAP is more. That's why you get more number of support projects. Okay, so having exposure of implementation is very good, because then you will understand more in detail about how the overall functionality works, whether it's functional or even technical. So most of the consultants, they will always look for projects which are related to, which are having some implementation flavor. Yeah. So support projects and implementation. And there are a few more terms which is good to know, like greenfield implementation. So it means it's a fresh implementation. And then you can also hear another term like brownfield implementation, which is a mix of, you can see, fresh and some existing data. Okay, so it's not a complete fresh implementation. So brownfield will have some legacy or old data, plus you are doing, maybe the technology part is new or the business functions are new. So it's a mix of legacy data along with some amount of fresh implementation. Okay, then there are upgrade projects. Okay, upgrade projects where you're upgrading from one version to another. So it can be a technical upgrade, where you're upgrading the technical aspect of your SAP environment, or many time it can be some functionality upgrade or functional upgrade. Okay, suppose you were using a different kind of business function or a different process to do certain activity, and you have redesigned your process, then it becomes a functional upgrade or an update. Technical update, such as any version upgrade. So if you are doing a version update, then it becomes a technical upgrade. No changes into the functional aspect of your environment. So technical upgrades or update, mostly it's taken care by basis consultants, and you'll have a lot of work from security side also. Functional, obviously functional consultants will work in most of the functional updates. Any technical aspect of it is done by basis and security. Yeah. So these are the type of your fresh implementation. So when we say security implementation for SAP, it's mostly related to design and development of role. Okay. So now if you try to relate this with our hierarchy, okay, say a new department is getting set up, or suppose company A have acquired company B. Now both companies will have their own set of hierarchies. So if company A was having two different departments of HR and accounting, obviously company B will also have HR and accounting. And when company A acquires B, okay, you will not continue to have two different HR departments. Probably the HR departments will merge. Okay, similarly the accounts department might merge. Okay, so in that scenario, how do you integrate two different companies in a same hierarchy? Okay, so from business point of view, there's a lot of business integration, a lot of design from the business perspective, functional perspective. But from access point of view, we will do a role design. Or if you have an existing role, okay, let's say there are two companies A and B, and both of them use SAP, then it's well and good. You have roles in place, okay, but it needs to be designed as per the acquisition or a new department getting rolled out. So then it becomes a role. You'll also hear this term redesign. So instead of role design, it is a redesign. Why? Because you had roles already and you are redesigning as per the new requirement. A fresh role design can be for a company which is implementing SAP newly. Okay, let's say a company or a firm was using some other ERP, a third-party ERP, and now they are moving with SAP. Only in that kind of project you will get a security role design kind of project. Or suppose if it is a country rollout, okay, country rollout such as, say there's a company which is operating in 50 different countries. Now they are going to start operating in a 51st country, 51 country. Okay, so then you go for a country rollout. Now for that kind of project, it will be little different than your, quite different, not really, quite different than a fresh role design, because you would already have a role design for like 50 countries. Okay, so I have role design present for 50 countries. What I'm rolling out is to 51st country. Okay, so for my 51st country, okay, it would probably be similar to one of those countries, maybe belonging to same zone or same continent. Okay, so it becomes a rollout, country rollout. Okay, or many a time it is also termed as template rollout. Okay, say maybe a company is going for new launches in a an Asian continent. Okay, so you already have a couple of Asian countries running as SAP with a particular template, one sort of role design. So you just roll it out to a new country. Okay, so in that probably the effort will be less because you would always already have a template. So it's a little difficult to get a fresh role design because it comes only in such scenario where the department is totally new or the company is it's a new company, or say the company is moving from non-SAP to SAP. Okay, so from role design perspective, either it can be a fresh greenfield, it can be a greenfield role design, brownfield role design. Similarly, it can be a role redesign or any country rollout or any rollout or template rollout. It can be country or department. So rollout or template is something like you have a design and you're rolling it out to a new department or a new country or a new region. It can be business unit also. Yeah. So these are few concepts which is from your real-time scenario. Okay. Let's go back to our technical aspect of role. So role, we have seen a few types of role. We'll discuss more about roles. So what does it contain? T codes, we already know T codes, and there are something called reports also, like all the data that we see in SUIM, those are reports. Okay, starts with RSUR. And for every T code, we'll see there is something called authorization. So within a T code, you can also restrict how does a T code work or what is the behavior of T code. Okay, such as we have seen a T code, the master T code like SU01, okay, which gives access to both to do create, change, and delete. Okay, whereas there was another T code which we have seen, it ends with D. Okay, SU01D, which is only for display. Okay, so you can display, create, change, and delete, and do many other functions like update and all. Whereas with SU01D, which is a standard transaction, it can do only display. Okay, so standard, why I'm saying standard transaction, because these are the transaction which is provided by SAP and it is like universal across all SAP systems. So you can run this transaction if you have authorization in any SAP system. Okay, so when I say standard T code, it is something which is supplied by SAP or delivered by SAP. Now there is a concept of custom T code as well. Okay, so you can customize any T code. Now that customization is done by developers or developers based on business requirement. So you can customize the T codes. So that's a good part of SAP. You can do n number of customization based on your business requirement. So you can customize a standard T code, or you can custom develop a complete new code. Okay, so when I say customize a standard T code, the best practices, or the it's not the best practice, I mean it's the intended practice, to only copy and then do a customization and never customize a standard T code directly. Okay, what I mean to say, suppose if you have you will have SU01 in all SAP system. So developers should never customize this one. What they will do, they'll copy this transaction to a wrapper transaction, and usually they copy and do it in format like ZSU01. So whenever you see any Z before any transaction, most of the time it's going to be a custom transaction. So that's a common naming usage, either Z or Z underscore. So the transaction is copied and then it's customized according to the requirement. So what can be the customization? Let's say there's a business requirement where the standard T code needs a wrapper transaction or a custom transaction, where you do not want ZSU01 to have create. Okay. So the developer can create a custom transaction which will not have create. You can display and do some change, and maybe you remove the delete also. So probably just display and change. Okay, because SU01D doesn't allow change. Okay, it's only display. So I want a transaction which can do display and it can do change, but it should not perform any create and delete. And this is not possible by default. Developers or developers will create such custom transaction. Okay, so these are the two terms, standard and custom. Standard is SAP standard T code, and custom is that you have customized for your own company or organization. Now, all this custom T code or standard T code and authorization reports, this will be part of our role. Once you assign the role to a user ID, the user ID can perform those actions or transactions. Okay. Custom roles, as we have seen earlier, these are the three namespaces. So SAP have given X, Y, and Z. Okay, if we recall, so it starts with X, then Y. So you name, if you're creating roles, ideally we should name roles starting with X, Y, and Z. So these are the three namespaces which are provided. You can start with any alphabet. There is no technical restriction, but ideally this should be the start for any role name. Yeah, see, the last pointers, it explains the same thing. Standard roles should not be, okay, instead of standard roles being used in actual environment, we should use a custom version of standard roles. Okay, so not only transaction code, standard and custom is one concept, but even for roles. So if SAP have given a standard role, okay, let's say SAP underscore example 1. So if this is standard role, so when you install SAP, you'll get a lot of roles in the system, which you can use for any authorization. So SAP will give that as a standard delivery package. But ideally, we should not use the standard role. Security consultant will copy the role to your own namespace. Okay, so namespace, as in your namespace should ideally start with X, Y, or Z. Okay, let's say I am starting with X and then name of my company or department to identify, say X underscore, this is the name of company underscore, fin being finance, and suppose AP1, accounts payable 1. Okay, and suppose this is my standard role. So if, for example, SAP have provided a standard role called AP1 for accounts payable clerks or somebody processing accounts payables, from when you get into security design, we should not use this role directly. We should copy into our own namespace as per a naming convention. So if you see larger companies, they will have role naming convention. Basically a standard policy to how do you name, because within your environment there can be multiple security consultants, probably different vendors working or supporting security, right? So if your naming convention is not consistent, so say today I am starting with XABC, this is my pattern, okay, and tomorrow someone else creates a role with Z underscore fin underscore ABC and then suppose AP2. Okay, so this pattern is not matching. Be a consistent pattern for identifying the role and to have better management. Okay, so role naming convention is very important, and this is defined and designed by security consultant. So if you have a mature SAP environment, obviously you will have certain role naming conventions in place. Role creation, single and composite. So we have already seen the concept of single role and composite role. Okay, if we recall what was a single role, so any role that you create for containing transaction, authorization, or report, the default role is a single role. When we say role, it's usually a single role. If it is a composite role, so composite role will contain one single role or more. It can contain one or more single role. So composite role is like a container for multiple single roles, and we have seen that in example also, like how we are creating single and composite. So today we will see in the system directly how do we create single and composite. So do you recall which is the master transaction or main transaction when we do role management? Very important transaction.
PFCG.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, so PFCG is the transaction. So let me go back to my server. Connect to the server. Okay, so I have logged into the server, and PFCG, our transaction, it is not case sensitive. Transactions are not case sensitive. Okay. So this is our screen for creating, managing, or doing any changes for role. So the master transaction for user was SU01, for roles PFCG. So you would find for security, I think maybe 60 to 70% of the task will be either you'll be hitting SU01 or PFCG. These are like the bread and butter for security consultant, SAP security consultant. Yeah. PFCG is the transaction for role maintenance. Okay. Now let's see how do we create a role. So I'll take the same example or the same role text. Okay. So let me create a new role text. So we have three namespaces, X, Y, Z. In many of the scenarios, you'll see Z is used for single role, or sometimes X is used for single role, and then Y is used for composite. But it depends on choices. You can use anything. Y, so here I'm going to use Y for composite, and let's say X for master, and Z for single or derive. We'll come to the concept of master and derive, which we have not seen earlier. We have seen the concept of single and composite. So now I'm going to create a single role. Okay, so let's fix a naming convention. So my naming convention will start with Z and then say the company name. So when you write a policy document, this is how our naming convention will appear. Okay, so suppose the name of the company is something, say ASD Enterprise. So Z company name and then the business function, just the function. And then I have kept some free text. Free text as in to explain what is it about. So if I follow the same pattern, company name, ASD, function. So suppose I'm going to create roles for security team. Okay. So let's say SEC and my free text, I'm going to create a role which is for, suppose, which is for user management. I'm just writing it in short. Okay, so this is following a certain pattern, right? And if I want to create a role for, let's say, role management, okay, user management, role management, then suppose user information management. Okay, in short. So we are going to create a single role first. So key in the text here, and then you need to hit on to single role. Okay, so this is how we create a role. Okay, so this is your next screen. So you can mention a description for that role. This is known as the short description, and this part is for description. Okay. So suppose short description is role for user management. So the short description shows up in your searches. If you're doing any search in SUM or anywhere, it will show. Long description will not show in the search, but if you open up the role, it will show the details. So most of the time, we provide the long description like the logs such as when it was created and mostly who have updated. So suppose if I'm creating it now, and let's say I give my name and probably today's date. Okay, so this is my first log, and tomorrow, so somebody else does some update, they can update the log saying, okay, suppose update can be a new transaction getting added. So there can be another log. If you want to save this role, this is save to save the role. Now it doesn't have any content. It just has the text and the short description and some long description. Okay, it is very important to understand all the aspect of PFCG. It's a huge transaction. We'll get into detail of all the areas, all the tabs. Yeah. So this is our description part. Inheritance, we will look into this later on when we discuss master and derive. And this is our first tab, description. Those being long text, these are the options for long text, the shortcuts, cut, paste, copy, those. Next tab, menu, is very important tab, menu. This is where you will incorporate or add all the transactions or any reports. Okay, so what goes inside the role is done in this menu. Okay, click into this one, transaction. Now you'll get a window where you can feed in all the transaction that is required for this role. Now we are creating this role for what purpose? This role is for user management. So I want to add transactions which are related to user management. Okay, SU01D is one of the transaction. Key in, and when you hit enter, it will resolve. If it is resolving, that means the transaction is correct. Okay, if I type an incorrect transaction and hit enter, it will not resolve. Okay, this transaction does not exist. Now I want a couple of more transactions, say SU01 as well. Okay, there is another transaction which is also for user management. It's mostly for like self user management. So you can manage your own user ID. I think we have seen this. If not, I'll show you the screen. So I have added 3 different transactions to this role. To add, you have to click on to assign transactions. So when you assign, those transactions will come up here in the role menu. Okay, so this is building the menu for the role. Now these transactions are added. Okay, the next step would be to generate the authorizations. So from here, we'll move to the authorization tab. So these are the major or kind of mandatory tabs to have a role created and functional. First, you feed in the details, short text, provide the description, come to the menu, add the transaction, and then you have to navigate to authorization. So when you come to authorization, you will see few details here. We'll discuss all this later. But for now, in order to generate the authorization for the role, we have to click into this. It's for change authorization. So you can see when we are moving from one tab to another by filling the details, it's turning from red to green. Okay, red as in if you do not have any data, it is red. If you have the data, then it's green. And few areas you'll see amber in color, which is like partially filled or something like that. Okay, let's click into change authorization. Now this will pop up the actual content of the role. So it's a huge screen which has a lot of integrated details, and we'll understand in detail. But it looks a little complex for someone new to SAP. But when we decode all the parts, it will become easier. Okay. Change authorization data. So we have to go into this screen, change authorization data. So it will ask you to save whatever you have done till now. Okay. Click on to yes. And it will open up the authorization screen. So when we say role, what is a role and what does it contain? So whatever it contains, it will show up in this screen, the authorization screen. Okay, now it's asking for something like org level. I will cancel this for now. We'll see what is the org level later. Okay, so this is our screen for authorization. Okay, let's see what are the details here. This is our role name. Okay, so here you will find some of the text, and there's a very useful option I'll show you the menu. Okay, I think that is not getting displayed in this field. We'll see that later. Okay, let's see what are the details within this. So this is the role name, the short text that we have provided, and then we have the content of the role. Okay, so what are the contents? You can see it's mentioned as standard. So these are the various classes. Now, where all this came from? So when you have added those when we have added those 3 transactions, so transactions are associated with multiple different things. Okay, so standard transaction or any transaction will have auth objects, and which are bundled in. These are the technical details. These are very technical details for the role. Okay, it will have classes, various classes. So these are the class. Okay, basis administration, human resource, these are the different classes. These are the technical name for the classes, and there's the description. So BC underscore is the technical name for basis administration. Now you can click here, and these are various hives for all these classes. We can expand all the hives. So when you expand, you'll see a huge screen coming up. We'll decode this one by one. This is completely hierarchical, and you can also collapse all the hives. Okay, now let's open one of those classes. Let's say standard. So you can open one of them also. So when I'm opening this S underscore T code, that's a very important. This is an auth object. S underscore T code. It's a very important T code. So any transaction code will be associated with this S underscore T code. So you will see the transaction that we have added in the role, it is part of this object. Or the other way out is this auth object is associated to all those 3 T codes that we have added. How can we see that? If you expand this further, you will see the transaction code which I added. So we have added this 3 transaction code. Now you can see this is hierarchy. So in the top level is the role. Okay, if you decode the hierarchy, starts with role at the top. Then you have a class. So what is the class here? Triple AB. And you don't need to remember the classes and all this detail. These are internal details of SAP, but the more versed you become with security, then you will get to know all this in and out. But we need to know the at least the functionality or how it works in order to design better, in order to design the roles better. Yeah. So role, this is our role. So if you want to copy anything from here, the shortcut is Control Y. So if you key in Control Y, you get this kind of cursor, and then highlight, and then Control C. Okay, that's the way to copy from such SAP screens. Role, then comes the class. Now after class, you have the auth object. This is my auth object. And then within the auth object, you will have various fields. Now this is one of the field which contains these values. Wherever you see this glass, it's for display. So you can click in here and see the same detail. So this is the field, transaction code field. The name of the field is TCD, technical name. So field is TCD or transactions. So in TCD field, we have provided the transactions. Okay, but we have not provided it manually here. It was provided in our menu screen. Okay, I will save this. This is just a glimpse of the detail of authorization screen. We will come back to this again. Now we have been to authorization screen. Didn't do any change here. Okay, in order to save, I'll save this screen. So when you're saving, it will ask for a profile name and the text. Now, if you remember, we have roles and profiles, right? So I mentioned role is something which is new concept, and profile used to be older concept. Nowadays, profile is auto-managed by SAP. Okay, automatically managed. We don't need to manage most of the profiles. So what I'm creating is a role, okay, but it's asking while doing a save and generate, it's asking for a profile name, and the name is coming up automatically with the text. The text says it's a profile for this role, the role that we are creating. So this is the profile for our role, and the profile name is auto-generated. You can change it, but it's recommended to keep it same, whatever SAP is generating. Okay, hit OK. So it will generate the profile with respect to the role. So every role that you develop will have a corresponding profile. Profile is auto-created. You do not need to create separately. We create role, provide the transactions and reports, and profile is something which is created by SAP. So now the role is created. Okay, role creation is complete. You can either go back or up. Okay, if I go back, okay, generation is pending. So after save, you have to click on to generate. So generate will generate the authorization. So this is an additional step. Click on to generate. So profile is generated. So we have created the roles, and the corresponding profile is also created automatically. But we need to generate the profile for the role to be active. If you do not generate, the role will not work. Okay, I'm going up. So I come back to my PFCG screen. So now you can see the authorization tab is green. Okay, so these are the 2 or 3 tabs: description, menu, and authorization. Description is again like optional. Okay, so if you don't want to mention any long text, that is fine. It's not mandatory. Menu is important because this is where you will add the transaction, and authorization very important because without generating the authorization, the role will not work. Okay, we'll see the other tabs later, but these are the 2 tabs which are mandatory to be filled for a role to work. Okay, now I'll go back again to my PFCG first screen. Okay, so this is my first screen. So now the role is created. You can either edit the role further, or if you want to display, you can hit on to display to see the same content. Okay, so if you want to look into any role, we'll key in the role name and hit display. Yeah, so you'll get the details of the role. Now here you will see who have created the role, when it was created, the date stamp, and the last changed, who have done the change for that role. These are all last changes. This is who have created initial, and change is the last change. So if somebody else does change to this role, his or her name will get updated with a new date stamp. Okay, I'm in display mode right now. If you want to edit from the same screen, this is edit. You can toggle between edit and change. Okay, now this is edit. Display again. Okay, and back to display. Menu. This is our menu, which has the current list of transaction. So what we have done is we have created a role which has 3 different transactions. Now, if you assign this role to any user ID, that user ID gets access to this 3 transactions. That is the user role. Okay, in order to have this role working, you need to generate the authorization. We have already generated, that's why it's green. So if you see in any role, the authorization tab is red, then that role will not work. Okay. When we come to authorization tab now, you can see again who have created, last change, and the last profile generation date stamp. What is the name of the profile? So profile name is auto named based on every system. It will, if you create a new role, it will have another unique authorization profile. So every role that we create will have a corresponding profile name. And by default, this is how the profile text looks like. So if it is generate and latest, it will show the status as current. If you want to display the content of the authorization, click on display. And this is how we see the content of the role altogether. So there are multiple classes. Where all these classes came from, because we have added a few transactions. So transactions are associated with classes, auth objects, and fields. So all these details gets pulled up from SAP, and it's filled in the roles. You can expand the content by this and see all the details within this. Okay, we'll see in detail how to do modification in all of this. What are these fields meant for? Okay, it takes good amount of time and a lot of hands-on to actually get used to this screen and understand. It's a pretty huge screen. When you start adding more transaction, do modification, this can become a big screen with a lot of data in it. Okay, and this is the actual content of our role. So you can also go back or up. So this is how we create a role. Okay, this is the role name, which has a couple of transactions.
Right.
And say you have an existing user, we have created a lot of test users. So we have created users like EMP110. And now I want to assign, okay, this role to this particular user so that the user get access to those 3 transactions. So you can go to edit. Yeah. And now come to the roles tab. We have seen where to assign roles. Okay. So you can assign the role here. So you can just copy paste. Okay. So this is a custom made role that we have created just now from the scratch. And when you press enter, this will get resolved and get assigned from today's date till end of date. And if you see the short description, this is the short description that we have maintained. Okay, so if I delete, you can also delete any roles, delete or unassigned, not delete. Basically, I'm unassigning the old roles. So you can choose the older roles and choose delete. It will get deleted from the user assignment, okay, not the role itself. So hit on to save. Yeah. So now we have earlier created a user. Today we have created one role. We went to the user, edited the user, and added the role that we have created. So now this user, if you log in with this user ID will have the capability of executing those 3 transaction codes. Okay. So there are a lot of reports. There are many reports which are available in standard from SAP. So we have seen this transaction, right? SUIM, SAP User Information Management. So from that, you can see those details. That is one area. The other area can be, if you are a security consultant, then one way is I go into the user, okay, and I want to see what transactions are assigned. So this screen SU01 will not show you which transactions are assigned to the user. It will just show the role. Okay, you can double click in the role and it will open up your PFCG screen.
Okay.
You can come to the menu and see. This is one way. Okay, this is one way of seeing the details.
Okay.
But this is little technical. Only the security or basis guys might be aware of. But if say a functional person wants to know what are the transactions and you don't want to give the functional guy some technical access, he or she can do it through SIM. Okay, SUIM. So you go into swim transaction, and now here we will search the user, the test user, and we'll try to list all the transaction. Okay. So I want to search for user with transaction. It can be with transaction. So I want to search for the user which are executable for a particular user. I want to search for transaction which are executable by this user. Okay. Let me go back. I'm into SUIM, user information, and I want to search for the transactions which is executable for user. This is my report. So when you execute this, it picks up the last user, or you can just key in here, execute this one, and it will give you the list of transaction that the user can execute. That helps. So there's a report which even the functional consultant or anybody can use. It will not update any changes. It's very safe for anyone to look into. Yeah. So the more and more you explore this SUIM, you'll get well versed with how to search, what to search based on your requirement. And so there are many different kind of search option, complex search option, okay, which is all part of SUIM. So we were in role development. So we have seen creation of single role and assignment of single role to a user. So any other queries from single role creation or development? If not, then we'll move into composite role creation. Okay. So before composite role, in order to have a better understanding, I'll quickly create another single role. Okay. Because composite role is a combination or a container of one or more single roles. Okay, so it's better to have at least two to have understanding. So let's say I'm creating another single role. Okay, this is for role management. Single role, I'll quickly fill the details. Okay, these are not mandatory. So what do you fill in for role management? What is the transaction for role management? What's the transaction for role management? The hint is we are in that transaction. Is it PFCG? Okay.
PFC.
Yeah. So we are in PFCG. We are creating a role, single role, which will have the authorization for PFCG. That means if I assign this role to somebody or a user ID, that user ID will have access to PFCG. Yeah. Assign. Okay. Authorization. Change authorization. Cancel this. Save. Guess. Generate. File created. It's done. Okay. So now we have two different roles. Okay, it's just for the example of composite role. So what I've done now is I've created two single roles, both containing different transaction. Okay. So this hands-on is for creating a composite role. Now I'm following a naming convention where Z is for single role or Z is for single role and Y is for composite role. Okay, so I'm going to create a composite role which is for security, and this is for the security admin. Okay, so our security lead. So in a security team, SAP security team, so you have a couple of consultants working and there is a lead, one or two lead, and I want to create a role for that lead who will require both user management and role management. Okay. So instead of assigning two roles to one user, what I can do is I can create a composite role which will contain two roles. Okay, so you do not need to create a separate single role for lead which will contain role both for role user management and role management. Okay, instead of that, I can just create a composite role, which is for the job of lead. Okay, and add those two roles, single roles. So let's create a composite role now. So my composite role starts with Y. Instead of single role, we'll hit into composite role or composite role. Okay. The tabs for composite role looks different because composite role itself don't contain any transaction as such. Composite role just contains one or more single role. Okay. You can give a text description. Let's say long text is not mandate, and the next tab is roles. Okay, so instead of menu or the transactions, we have roles. Now in composite role, we'll add the single roles. So those two single role will be part of the composite role. Okay, so we have created two single roles. Just copy paste. Okay, so this is how you will add. You can just click copy paste or even like add, insert row, add, copy paste works fine. Copy paste. You can copy multiple rows as well. So now the two single rows are added to the composite row. Okay, that's it. Done. So if you save, the composite role is created. There is no generation of composite role. We do not have a separate authorization tab for composite role. It's just adding single roles to composite role. Okay. Another tab which is optional is menu here. So in this menu, you don't add transactions, but we can generate the menu. Now, what is this menu? We have seen menu in single roles also. So when you add a transaction to a role and the role is assigned to a user, open up a fresh screen. Okay, the role is assigned to the user and the user logs in with that ID. Okay, so when the user logs in with the ID, you will see that ID or the user has a menu, right? SAP menu. So if you want this menu to appear here, okay, so this menu has what? It has all the transactions. These are all transactions. Okay, so this is the same menu that is coming from the roles. So if I see my PFCG, so when I'm developing this composite role, suppose you can do this hands-on on your own and check. If you assign this composite role to a user without generating the role menu, the user will get access to the transaction which is there inside the single roles. But when you log in with the user, you will not see the role menu. Okay, you will not see this menu in the left-hand side of the screen. If you want to generate the menu so that it shows up, okay, what you can do is you can import, go back to PFCG screen. You can import the menu from the single role to the composite role. Yeah. So in order to do that, we'll come to menu, choose import menu. When you click import menu, a role menu hierarchy is created. Okay. So the menu was constructed from the menu of the roles it contains. So it contains two different single roles. It will build the menu from the existing roles. If you expand the hierarchy, so see, if you expand, it shows two different roles. Now this will have one transaction. This will have three transactions. Now when this menu is created, save the role. If you assign this composite role to an end user, the end user will be able to see the same menu pattern in his or her easy access screen. Okay, that's the significance of menu. Save this. Let's come back. Okay. You will see the rows which are created in text buffer. So buffer for SAP will have, if you press space bar or just mostly space bar, you will get all the previous either username or role name that comes up. Okay, so we have seen single roles and how to create single role and assign. We have created composite role. Let's assign the composite role. Okay, same way. So we had 110. Suppose 101. We take another one, 101. So I'm adding the composite role to 101 and removing the previous roles. So which is my composite role? This is my composite role. Copy, paste it here. Okay. When you assign the composite role, this is the symbol for composite role. See, it shows multiple icons, 2 icons. Okay. This is how you can identify composite role. And for better identification, we have proper naming standard. And I'm starting with Y. So this is my composite role. When you assign composite role, in turn, it will also assign the underlying single roles, the one starting with Z. Okay, you can see these are single roles clearly identified with a single icon, and you'll have the text. Okay, save. When you save, it is saved. You can display again to view the content. Okay, so it has a composite role with 2 different single roles. If you want to run a report on this user, then we have the report open already. No, okay. Let's open fresh report. So I want to search for users executable transaction for a particular user. 101. So now it will give me combination of both. Okay. So it has PFCG and all the user management T code. This is how the report looks like. Okay, you want to view for any users. It's very handy to figure out what transaction are there for a particular user. Okay, so any questions so far? We have covered quite a bit, a lot of technical stuff. Single role, composite role, assignment of both single and composite role. How do we create, generate, save? Yeah, even edits are similar. You can edit any of this role by clicking on to edit, and you can edit any of those content. Say, if I want to put some new text. So I have to record the log for the creation. Save this. Okay, so if you're changing any text, it doesn't require authorization generation. Plus for composite role, anyway, there's no authorization to be generated. But if you're doing similar, any auth changes, suppose if I go to a single role, for text changes, okay, so I'm deleting this. For text changes, it does not require any auth generation. Come back, display again. This is my display. But if I want to do any changes related to authorization, such as, let's say I want to add a fresh transaction, possible. So whatever you add, it gets appended. Okay. So I'm adding another very common transaction, SU53. We'll see about this transaction. It's very important. It's a troubleshooting transaction. authorization troubleshooting transaction to evaluate authorization check. It is very common to have this transaction in most of the roles. Okay, so I'm adding this transaction, assign. It will get appended. Okay, so there's a new transaction which I've added. Although if I save this, it gets saved, but you can see this is green, but my authorization tab have turned red. That means the authorization is not current. I've added something new, but not generated afresh. So you have to come to authorization. Again, go to change authorization. Okay, do a save and generate. Generate, and then come back. It will be green. If you do not generate, it will not work. The role will not work. So generation is very important for our role. Let's come back to PFCG. So how to assign role to a user? One way we have seen is you go into SU01, go to role tab, assign the role. The another common way to assign is if you're already in the role in PFCG, I can go inside the role. Okay, and I'm aware of what are the users this role is required.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What does a security audit log record in SAP? Option A security. Repeat. Option A successful user login. Option B, failed authorization attempts. Option C, critical transaction executions. And option D, all the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck, and type the correct answer in the comment section.
Yeah, so I'm already in the PFCG screen. Okay, you can also assign role to a user. So in SU01, you are assigning, you went to user and assigning role. You are assigning role to a user. Here, you'll be assigning user to a role. So I'm already in a role. I can assign a user to a role. So when you go to the user tab, it will show if there is any existing list of users. So these are the users which has this role already. You can assign a new user. Okay, so both ways you can do an assignment, either from SU01 or PFCG. It is recommended to do through SU01. That is straightforward approach, but you can also do it through PFCG as well. Okay, so here I have assigned. After assigning, you can save. Okay, and a very common standard practice is to run a user comparison. Okay, so what is user comparison? If say few of the users are already logged in into the system, okay, and you do a assignment and user is not compared, this function is not used, the user will not get the access immediately. So many a time there's a troubleshooting step, the user have logged in as not able to access, although you have assigned the role. So commonly what we do is we go here, and if it is not properly user compared, it will show as red. Although it's showing green, it's always best after assignment do a user comparison. So it runs a comparison. Right now, nothing needs to be compared. It's already compared. That's why it's green. Do a user comparison and then save. If we go to this user now, we open the SU01 screen. If I go to this user, I can see the role assigned in the role tab. Display role. See, this role is assigned. So although this role is assigned, it is in red. Okay, I did a user comparison here. Okay, so when you do a user comparison in PFCG, this should turn green. So in order to turn this, there is some job which have to be configured, and that should be in place. I'll explain that later. You can also do similar kind of comparison from the SU01 screen, and from SU01 screen it is known as user master record. Okay, If it is not happening from PFCG, you can execute this and then it becomes green and then save it. Display again. So it have to be green for it to work, the role to work. And it's possible that suppose if you have 10 different roles, few of them are red and few of them are green. There can be multiple issues. Either user master is not compared, or it can be in the PFCG side that the comparison in the user tab is not done, or it can also be the issue in the authorization where the authorization is not properly generated. So this all becomes the troubleshooting for user access. So when a user says, I don't have access to certain transaction, whether it's a business or functional user, there are a lot of steps that a security consultant need to do in order to resolve that. Okay, it's not just assigning something and it will work. There are a lot of details in the background. Okay, so we have seen user comparison as well as the user master record comparison. Okay, so this is how we assign a role either through SU01 or through PFCG also. Both works.
Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP Security. In this course, we delve into the critical aspect of SAP Security, whether you're new to SAP Security or seeking to enhance your expertise. Our training covers everything from user authentication and authorization to role design and segregation of duties. Over the years, ZaranTech has empowered countless professionals with the expertise needed to protect SAP system from evolving threats. Our alumni have achieved remarkable success in the implementing robust security measures, ensuring compliance and mitigating risk within their organizations. By enrolling in ZaranTech's SAP Security Training, you'll gain insights into the industry's best practices, hands-on experience with security tools, and the confidence to address complex security challenges heads-on. Don't miss this opportunity to elevate your SAP security skills and make a tangible impact in your organization. Visit the link below to learn more about our SAP Security Training Program with ZaranTech. Secure your future in SAP Security today.